I'm a 15-year-old male, but I was around 7 years old at the time this happened. It's hard to remember things from when I was that young, and I still do have PTSD from the entire thing. Before I tell you the whole story of what happened that day, though, I have to explain how we even found ourselves in such a situation in the first place. My dad was the kind of guy who, when he sets his mind on something, he just had to do it, and there was no talking him out of it. I know it really annoyed my mom, but she always supported him on all his ventures anyway. You know, the power of love or whatever. Because of this, when my dad said he wanted to buy a farm and grow some wheat for a living, my mom was not completely shocked. My dad had saved up a lot of money from his old job as a car salesman, and he already had a house picked out for us as well. My mom only told me very recently that she was frustrated my dad didn't even take into consideration how she would feel about it. The day after he suggested it to her, they listed the old house for sale, and it sold relatively quickly. Mom and Dad only had a couple of weeks to pack up the home they had lived in throughout their whole marriage. My mom said that when we got to the farm, it was just a total disaster. The house was in shambles, there was dust everywhere, and the land looked like it had been a place for BMX bikers to ride or something, with tracks and hills everywhere. Over the course of a few months, my dad had managed to level all the fields and partially fix up the house before running out of all the savings he'd had. My mom had no idea at the time that they were completely broke, but she figured something was up when all her expensive jewelry started to go missing. She found out later he had sold it to pay for the huge tractor he bought. My mom started to become unhappy in the marriage and felt like all Dad cared about was his dreams and never hers. She continued to put on a brave face though for me and basically just sucked it all up. My dad worked all day and night in those fields to prepare for the crops he had planned to eventually grow, but there was always seeming to be something preventing him. The soil wasn't nutrient dense enough. There wasn't enough direct sunlight. The neighbors' goats keep wandering into our fields, not enough daylight to sow the seeds, etc., etc. Eventually, my mom gave him an ultimatum. Start the crops within a week or we were moving back into the city and he would get a proper job again. She really hated being on that farm, and she knew he was a big-time procrastinator, so she figured he'd never do it, and we'd be back in the city where life would be good again within about a month. With complete shock and utter disappointment, though, she found she was wrong. He got straight to work the next day, tilling the earth to prepare for seeding. She had been hoping he would recognize her desperation to escape that place and finally put her feelings first, but of course she was wrong. After 3 days, he began to sow the seeds. He was out in the middle of the field that day when his tractor stopped working. Mom could see it smoking from where she was standing inside the house, so she called out to him to ask if everything was okay. He yelled from across the field and assured her everything was good. Mom told me to go outside and see if he needed some help. I walked out to the fields towards my dad and asked him if he needed me to do anything. He told me he was going to check the tractor for anything that needed fixing and told me I could sit in for a while if I wanted to watch while he did his thing. Of course, I said yes. I was a 7-year-old kid. What kid that age wouldn't want to sit in a tractor? My dad helped me climb up, and for the next 15 or so minutes, I sat there looking at all the levers and buttons while my dad looked around for the problem that was causing it to malfunction. He told me not to touch anything while I sat there, and I did keep my promise for the time being. I guess, though, I'd accidentally pulled one of the levers, and I felt the tractor lurch backward quickly in one swift motion. My dad grunted, and I heard a loud thud. I didn't really know what just happened. I hopped out of the tractor and looked back, only to see half of my dad's body pinned underneath. He was still aware and talking, and told me to go get my mom. I ran as fast as I could back to the house and burst through the door. At 7 years old, I had no idea how to contain my emotions in a time of emergency. I had tears running down my face. The best way my mom could describe how I sounded was a crying, mumbling mess. I was trying so hard to say what happened, but the words just wouldn't come out. Instead of talking, I pointed outside toward the tractor. She seemed to understand it was something urgent, having to do with my dad. My poor mom was struggling to get over to him. The ground was heavily broken up from the tractor tilling, and she kept falling in her attempt to get there. By the time she finally did, I saw her drop to her knees. I made my way over too. My dad was telling her everything was going to be okay, while she cried, leaning over him. She kept on saying how she couldn't live without him, and he needed to survive. He had begun to not make much sense with his words. Even I could tell at that age he was trying to say he loved her. My mom, determined to save his life and not thinking logically, got in the tractor and managed to drive it off of him. Unfortunately, that only made it worse. His lowered body was a complete mangled mess, and he was bleeding all over the ground. From what I could see, his legs were completely flat, and all his bones were sticking out of his flesh. My mom told me to look away, and to tell my dad I loved him. I had no idea what to do. I couldn't speak, and no matter how I tried, I couldn't look away either. That day, my dad took his last breath, and soon after, my mom rushed inside to call the police. When the paramedics got there, they told my mom there was nothing anyone could have done to save him. My mom tried telling me ever since that his death wasn't my fault. I was just a child. But for all the years I've gone through, and all the therapy I pushed myself through, I know in my heart that I killed my dad that day. Me and my mother were driving through our small town in Southwest Virginia. My mother and father are divorced, and he lived in Tennessee. Anyway, they had very different viewpoints on helping out hitchhikers, as my dad was very much into hiking, camping, etc. As we were driving along, I noticed there was a woman walking down the road. Mind you, it was very hot outside because it was summertime. I noticed she was carrying a child swaddled up in a blanket too. And that kinda struck me as a poor choice, considering it was the middle of summer. It seemed way too warm for such a swaddle. I turned to my mom and said this: "I think we need to pick that woman up. Surely she isn't far from where she needs to go. I mean, she has a baby." To my surprise, my mom pulled over into the gas station parking lot and told me to get in and grab a large bottle of water. We would then ask the woman if she needed a ride. So we pull out of the gas station and approach this thin, almost sickly-looking woman. She very quietly grabbed the door handle and got inside, not saying anything at all, not even a simple thank you. That didn't really sit right with me, because this is the South, and everyone at least is polite and approachable for the most part. We asked where she was heading to, and me, being the passenger seat, I turned around to look at her. She was looking down at her baby, cooing at it gently. She replied without even looking up from the swaddled being, about 2 miles past the Dollar General on Jeb Stuart. We were very close to that area. I decided to turn around fully and speak to the woman, maybe get a proper conversation going. As I got a better look at her baby though, I realized it was actually a drywall hammer wrapped up in a blanket, then wrapped inside another blanket. I froze. It was like I just walked into a deep freezer. I told my mom I really thought we should stop because I heard what sounded like knocking. I was very adamant that we needed to stop at the upcoming Dollar General and check on our car. As we pulled in, I told my mom to get out and that I needed her help locating the noise. We met each other at the hood of the car, which I popped up so the woman inside couldn't see us. "Mom, that's not a baby. She has a hammer in there." My mother advised me we should walk inside to see if they had anything to help close that up. We told the woman we would be right back. We walked inside and told them to call the police so they could come help this woman with whatever she needed. We could no longer have her in our vehicle. When we got back, my mom gave her some vague reason as to why we could not take her any further. She got out of the vehicle very angry, almost confused. We sped off before she could react though, and left her in the parking lot. I guess she very well could have been a really confused woman with some mental issues. I don't know exactly what was going on, but I do know that I don't think she had any good intentions for us. I grew up with my dad and brother. My mom died when I was 10. I was 13 at this point, and my brother was 16. He was out with some friends that night. I myself used to go out until late into the night and drink in the park with my friends. My dad was a severe alcoholic and always too drunk to even know if I was home or not. Because of this, I had free reign, and no rules or boundaries existed for me. My dad even used to invite random alcoholics and drug-using strangers into the home. Often when I came back, these strangers would still be there, and my dad would be passed out or asleep from having too much alcohol. Usually, they would barely even notice I was there, and I'd go straight to my room. One day, though, I'd just come back from hanging out with some friends. It was the early hours. I walked through the living room to go upstairs to my room, only to find my dad asleep in the armchair. The guy he'd brought back was some random guy, around his mid-50s or so. I didn't recognize him at all. He looked at me, though, and immediately I could tell something was off about this guy. He smiled and stared, and tried to start a conversation with me. I was just keen to get to my bedroom. I rushed upstairs and got my pajamas on for bed, then dashed out to use the bathroom. As I was running, the man caught me and said, "You look nice in those pajamas." He was smiling at me and really creeping me out. I twisted out of his grip and went back to my room instead of using the bathroom. I shut the door behind me. I had a lock on my bedroom door, and you bet I used that right away. Almost immediately after I'd locked it, he began trying to pry open my bedroom door. I was so scared. I knew something was wrong with this guy. He had bad intentions. I dragged my bed all the way across the room just to block the door, just in case he managed to get it open or broke the lock somehow. At this point, he started to knock on the door instead. "I'm just trying to say hello, sweetie. Don't be so rude. Open the door for me." I didn't respond. I was panicking now. For all my bad decisions, I was a pretty smart 13-year-old, and I knew I was in some serious danger. The bed was blocking the door, and it was still locked as well. I could hear him slamming against it with his whole body, trying to get inside. I opened my bedroom window and screamed outside, "Help! Help me, please!" What I later found out was that one of my neighbors had heard me, and knowing my dad was an alcoholic, he assumed something must have happened to him. He came around, must have seen my dad was asleep. He then came up to my room. The man outside fled, and my neighbor began knocking to get in as well. I could hear his voice, a voice of safety. Although I trusted my neighbor, I was so shaken up that all I could do was sit in the corner of my room in a ball, crying, shaking, and panicked. He knocked on the door and was pushing against it to open it against the weight of my bed. Eventually, he did manage to get it open and gently checked up on me, assuming I must have been hurt by my dad or something. He held me while I composed myself and tried to explain what had happened. The man was long gone. I knew he could come back at any time in the future, though. My dad was never sober enough for me to have been able to explain what happened. That was the final straw for me. I alerted social services, and that's the night I ended up in the care system. I ended up living with my auntie until I was 16, so in the end, I suppose I got it much easier than most. This story is something I still think about from time to time, and it really creeps me out. I'm writing this to sort of get it off my chest. Almost 3 years ago, I was 17 years old. At this point, I was accustomed to being in horrible situations, as all I had was my mother, and she couldn't hold down a job for long. She had her own issues to tackle. And so, as I grew up, we stayed in and out of roommates' houses. We never really had a place of our own to stay, except for maybe twice. That didn't last long either. We'd always be forced into a new environment, with almost a snap of a finger. When I was 17, we were led into a situation where we were going to be homeless again. I was used to it at this point, as I had slept in the street far more often than I'd like. The day came when we had to leave our roommate's home. My mom was able to stay at her boyfriend's trailer, but I had nowhere to go. I had no friends at this point. I had halted my friendships because they were either bad for my health and mental state or overall toxic. My mom offered for me to go with her, but I didn't want to. Her boyfriend was kind of weird, plus I was used to the street anyway. I didn't think it was bad as it was at the time. I got dropped off at McDonald's. I ate some burgers before I went off to the streets once more. Eventually the sun fled, and darkness was all that remained. I looked for a place to sleep for the night. I went into many places that night, trying to sleep, but none of them were working. It was either too hot, the lights would be too bright, or mosquitoes would bite me. That's when I remembered a house I used to go to chill in. This house had been under construction and was nearly finished. Because of this, all the doors shut properly, and the windows were settled as well, so there were no mosquitoes swarming around. I went through the back like always, and made my way upstairs. Eventually, I settled in the bathroom, because there was less debris on the floor. I laid down and tried to get some sleep. I started to hear some sounds downstairs, but I didn't really give it too much thought. I figured maybe it was the door I'd come through swinging open and closed or something. Eventually, after laying there for maybe an hour or so, I opened my phone and started to look at old photos of my life, thinking about how messed up it was I'd gotten to this point, how I'd lost everything. These strange noises were still happening this entire time. Eventually, for whatever reason, I got up and went to sit down on the back porch. I just couldn't sleep at all. I made my way down the stairs and out the back door. I was messing around for maybe 5 minutes on my phone when it happened. By pure coincidence, I saw movement to my left from the back door I'd just exited from. I glanced over, and it was like time itself had frozen. At first, I thought it was just an illusion, but that was wrong. I could see a man hiding in the darkness, peering past the wall inside to gaze at me. The lower half of his figure was behind the wall entirely, and I couldn't make out much of anything but his upper body. The rest of his body was leaning to the left, peeking from behind this wall, almost like the man was trying not to let me see him. He was almost a pure black silhouette. I couldn't make out any features of his face. After noticing him, I just sat there and stared at him for what felt like forever. I expected him to come outside and try to talk to me or something. I normally talk to a lot of homeless people, and I thought maybe this man was just homeless like me. He didn't move at all though. He was as still as a statue and quiet as a mouse. Maybe he didn't even know I'd noticed him. He just kept on staring at me the entire time. Eventually, after staring at him, I got up and got my bicycle and made my way out of the property. As I was walking out of the backyard, I peered back through the window. The moonlight revealed the man was still there, watching me walk out of the property. I could tell because the moonlight revealed the top of the man's head, and I saw his eyes gazing at me. He appeared to be a white male who was very tall and had a jacket of some sort on. After seeing this, I moved a little faster to get out of there. I got to the front of the house on the street and looked inside to see if I could see him better. I couldn't see him, but I could still feel him watching me. I waved goodbye to the house to signify I was leaving, just in case he still was. For the rest of the night, I couldn't properly sleep. I tried 2 different spots, but both were no luck. And that's where my story ends. I know it didn't have a crazy chase or a fight to the death with the man or anything like that, but this is real life, and not like movies or books. I don't know what the man was doing there. Maybe he was just trying to sleep like I was. But then why was he making all that noise and staring at me for so long? It was just very unnerving. It makes me wonder how long that man was in the house for, and what would have happened if I'd actually fallen asleep. Would he have just stared at me while I was sleeping, completely blinded to his presence? Or did he have other intentions? I never stayed long enough to know, but now I don't go to houses like that anymore, at least not after this experience. I was desperate to move out of my house. Most of my friends were either in college or had moved somewhere else already, while here I was still living at home with my parents. Sometimes I wondered if living under a bridge would be better. Obviously, I knew it wouldn't really, but that's how badly I needed and wanted my own space. I was checking online for listings when I found a bunch of places in my area for rent on the Facebook Marketplace. I couldn't believe how easy it was to rent a place in this time that we live in. Being young and stupid, and probably a little bit naive, I found a listing on the marketplace that was the very definition of too good to be true. It was an entire 2-story house with 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a garage, and a finished basement. The pictures made this place look incredible. I messaged the guy, and since I was so eager, I asked if we could meet when I left work that night. He agreed to meet at around 8 p.m. I was already mentally planning my setup for the house after work as I was driving over. It soon dawned on me, though, that of all the pictures, there weren't any of the outside of the house or the finished basement. I didn't really think too much about it, but the thought did cross my mind that was somewhat weird. I pulled up to the house at around 8:15. The outside did look a little bit rough, and the neighborhood didn't seem ideal either. I kept ignoring all of that though, because I kept telling myself this was an entire house just for me. I knocked on the front door, and this sort of disheveled-looking man answered. I walked in, only to find that the pictures didn't really look like this house at all. The inside looked quite old. Honestly, the more and more I looked at it, the more it looked like it was about to fall apart at any second. I was standing in the living room with this strange man. Also standing in there was a frail-looking woman. She was so skinny that it looked like her shirt was about to fall off her shoulder. I felt in situations like this, the person running the house or trying to sell it to you would surely walk you around and show you the interior. These two people made no such effort, though. They just kinda stood there looking at me. Finally, the guy mumbled something. "Yeah, so, this is it. I should have said on the listing, but, it's cash only." I asked if I could look around, and he looked kind of annoyed. He did accept, though. I looked into one of the rooms on the main floor, only to see it was completely dilapidated on the inside. I knew I didn't want this place anymore. I didn't even need to look at the rest of the house. I walked back into the living room and just said to the guy, "Hey, so, thanks for meeting me, man, but unfortunately I think I'm going to have to pass." The woman looked like she was about to start crying. "Look, I know it needs a little bit of work, but, you should see the basement before you leave." The woman ran over to the door and opened it. She held her arms out, pointing to the basement as if presenting it to me, like some sort of prize. Since I have a really hard time saying no, I walked over and stood at the top of the stairs. I was thinking there was no way I was going down there. As soon as I looked into the darkness at the bottom and knew I could see nothing down there, I heard the man say from behind me, "The light switch is downstairs. Just go down and we'll be right behind you." The woman put her hand on my shoulder and sort of started to nudge me downward. I guess that all I needed was that literal push to push me in the right direction of getting out of there. I turned around and started swiftly walking toward the door. I thanked them for their time. Well, the guy clearly didn't like that at all. He ran over and stood in front of the door. The already creepy and disheveled man now looked even more unsettling. He was staring at me with these bulbous eyes and started to reach into his back pocket. As he stared directly at me, he said, "You wanted a place. Pay up or you're not leaving." I lied and told him I didn't have any money on me. He started to walk toward me and sized me up. I could see in my peripheral vision that the woman was moving in behind me. The man started to struggle to grab whatever he was concealing in his back pocket. I used this opportunity and reacted instantly. I ran right through the guy and pushed him out of the way, then ran toward the door. When I went to open it, I noticed it was already locked. The guy must have locked me inside when I wasn't looking. I hurried and unlocked the door and made a mad dash out to my car. I heard the woman screaming from inside and the man seemingly running after me. As I started to drive away, I could see he was standing at the bottom of the driveway. Thank God I never saw any sort of car start to pursue me after. I don't think these two had a car at all, if I'm being honest. I was so terrified I didn't drive home that night. Feeling a sense of urgency and concern for my safety, instead I immediately went to the nearest police station to report the incident. The officers listened attentively to my account and assured me they would look into the matter. They decided to visit the house, but apparently upon their arrival, the couple was nowhere to be found. It appeared they were squatters or had hastily vacated the premises just before the police arrived. Although I never discovered their true intentions, I was relieved that they weren't there anymore. The police assured me they would keep an eye on the area and encouraged me to reach out if I encountered any further issues. All I know is that I'm never looking on Facebook Marketplace for a place to rent ever again. This is a short story that happened to me several years ago when I was in junior high school. All my friends got to travel to Myrtle Beach with the baseball team for spring break. Since I didn't play baseball, I was stuck at home. My one friend Dave was home too, since we were the skaters of the friend group. We spent most nights of the break hanging out together and not really doing much of anything, except for one night. We stayed at Dave's house. He lives literally in the middle of the woods. The closest neighborhood isn't really that far away, but because of where his house is located, it truly feels like the middle of nowhere. Toward the end of the break, we snuck out of the house one night to see a girl who lived nearby. She and a few of the other girls from school were still in town, and we figured we would go and hang out with them. Like I said, it wasn't really far away. Just a sort of unnerving walk, because there aren't very many lights and most of it is in the seclusion of trees and rocks. We had an awesome time hanging out with the girls. I liked this one girl at the time, so it was great to be able to spend so much time with her. When we were walking back to the house that night, though, we noticed some random guy following us. I didn't really think anything of it. Dave was freaked out, though. I told him to just relax. The guy was following us closely, but not close enough for us to need to panic. When we made it back to his house, I watched the guy continue walking up the street. He never seemed to look back once. I looked at my buddy and told him that he was freaking out for no reason. The next night, we hung out again. His parents were going to be out of town for the weekend, so he was going to have the house all to himself. Since he was embarrassed by his house, he didn't want to have anyone over. Trust me when I say I pushed very hard for the girls to come over too, but I lost the argument in the end. I told the girls we couldn't hang out there, so instead Dave and I walked over to her house again. This time we spent a more considerable amount of time there, and didn't walk home until after about 3 in the morning. Dave was relieved on the way home that we didn't have anybody following us this time. I helped him close up the house and we got comfortable in the living room before passing out on the couches. At this point in the night, it was actually one of the best nights of my life. I actually got to kiss the girl I liked so much. and I legitimately felt invincible. Not long after lying down, though, we heard a sudden knock at the door. We both froze in place. "Who is that?" exclaimed Dave. The knock came again, a low rhythmic knocking. Each bang on the wood made my hair stand on end. I slowly got up, and standing a few feet from the door, I called out, "Who is it?" There was no response right away. Then, though, a young female voice shouted from the other side. "Hey, I was wondering if I could hide inside." I didn't say anything right away. The absurd nature of that statement and the calm tone of the woman's voice left me speechless. Before I could say anything, she spoke again. "It's going to be too late if you don't let me in. Can I please hide inside your house?" When I said I was speechless, I mean I was absolutely at a loss for words. I had a million things flying through my mind, and I didn't know what to do. My instincts told me that this must be one of the girls playing a joke on us. But I didn't recognize that voice at all. I decided not to answer, and Dave decided the same. We sat there in silence, and then I noticed the doorknob starting to slowly jiggle back and forth. It became more aggressive with time. Then the calm voice from the other side instantly became more sinister. "Open the damn door now!" I was finally able to shout to go away. I was going to call the police. There were no sounds for a few seconds. Then the woman spoke again. She started in a soft tone, and in the middle of her sentence, I could hear her getting sinister once more. "Honey, if you don't open the door right now, I'm going to lose my mind." Dave finally jumped up from the couch and shouted at this person to go away. Then, though, we could hear a second voice from behind the door. It was a deep voice, clearly that of a man. "Good call, bud. Very, very good call." Right after he said that, I thought I could hear what sounded like footsteps walking away. I looked out the window and saw two people walking down the street. One of them looked suspiciously like the person from the previous night. They just had a very similar stature. We were terrified and stayed awake the rest of the night. Since his parents weren't home, we didn't call the police, though obviously we should have. Dave was scared his parents would get mad if the police showed up and they weren't home on Sunday morning. When his parents finally did come home, he told them what happened, and they instantly called the police, calling us stupid for not doing so. I mean, better late than never, I guess. Since several hours had passed since the woman had been at the door, the police were honest with Dave's parents and told them they would probably never catch these two people. They assured us, though, they would be on the lookout for any similar incidents. I have no idea what those two wanted, or who they even were. I don't even like being outside at night anymore. That night really messed me up for a long time, and I'm still trying to recover from the nightmares I endured because of it. The events of this story took place just a few days ago, so they're still fresh in my mind. I suppose this may be more creepy and flat-out weird than scary per se, but the more I sit and reflect on it, the more I think to myself this could have turned into a real nightmare. Just for a little backstory, I worked as a sort of freelance camera operator. Local artists, students, and even random people hire me to record content for them. I've done everything from documentaries to weddings, and I even shot a short film about aliens for some guy. I'm not rich, but I do make enough to pay my bills, and I get to do what I love while doing it. About a week ago, I got into a car accident though, and my car was completely totaled. Now, that's a side note that could be its own horror story. An old lady fell asleep behind the wheel, crossed over the median, and hit me head on. The fear of seeing a car coming directly at you full speed was one of the worst things I ever felt. Fortunately for me, that particular story ends right there, and the old woman and I were left completely unharmed. My camera, however, was not quite so lucky. Along with my car being totaled, my camera was destroyed in the incident as well. When the woman hit me, due to the impact, my camera flew off my passenger side seat and went right through the windshield. I ended up crying about my camera. The car accident was on a Wednesday, and I really needed that camera for my Saturday job. I started to text everyone I knew to see if I could borrow one of theirs, but nobody had a camera that I could use. I thought maybe I could use my iPhone camera, but I knew that would prove to be more trouble than it was worth. One of the people I texted, though, told me to check on Facebook Marketplace. I loved their idea and was surprised I hadn't thought about it sooner. I couldn't believe all the different stuff I was finding there. I was trying to focus on the one thing I really needed though, which was that camera. Eventually, I found a guy named Devin who was selling a camera that was even nicer than mine, with a microphone to go along with it. I didn't own one at the moment. He was only asking for $100 for all of it, so I felt like I couldn't resist that offer. I told him I needed it right away, and he agreed to let me come pick it up right after we messaged back and forth. I didn't feel weird or sketchy about any of this. The guy lived in a fancy building downtown in one of those luxury apartments. It was also early afternoon, so I wasn't worried about meeting some strange person at night in the middle of nowhere or something. I borrowed my mom's car and drove down to that apartment. The guy lived on the 12th floor, all the way at the end of the hall. I remember just staring out a window at the end of the hall for a minute or two before I finally knocked on his door. When I knocked, he answered right away, almost creepily fast, like he had been standing there waiting for the minute I walked in. He seemed like a fairly all-right guy though. He was good-looking and dressed in nice clothes, tall and had the whitest teeth I'd ever seen in person. We made small talk for a while, talking about cameras and what I did for a living. He then went on to tell me he did some acting for a while, and he made most of his money as a model. I was interested, so I was genuinely listening to the guy's stories. Finally, he walked over to a room on the far side of the apartment and said in a very calming voice, "Okay, well, the camera's in here. Let me grab it for you real quick." As he was entering the room, he stopped for a second though, and turned back to me. "You know, being a camera geek like me, I think you'd love to see my new camera setup. Why don't you come check it up while I pack the other one away and get everything else for you?" If you're listening to this, you may be wondering how I could be so stupid as to follow a stranger into a small room. Well, the answer is the guy had totally disarmed me. He gave me no red flags or any other indication he might be a sketchy person. I followed the guy into this room, and he shut the door behind me. This was the first indication that something was wrong. I looked around the room, and there was nothing in there except for a single camera on a tripod. In an extremely creepy voice, he whispered in my ear, "You know, you'd make a great model." I didn't answer him. I turned around, opened the door, and left the room. I ran out of the apartment without the camera he was allegedly selling. I don't think he attempted to pursue me, though I'm not quite sure. He didn't message me again either, and that was the end of that encounter. I realized nothing technically happened to me, but once the door shut behind me and he was looming over me, I knew something wasn't quite right. As the days continued to roll on past that afternoon, I kept on wondering to myself, what if I didn't leave? Was this guy some kind of creep or just genuinely weird? I had no reason to call the authorities since, like I said, technically nothing happened, but I worry some other woman may fall into the same trap I did. I noticed the posting is now gone. I went back on the marketplace and went to pick up another camera from an older guy the next day. This time though, I made sure I went with a friend of mine just in case. If I ever see that guy again, I'm running as far as I can in the opposite direction. Over 4 years ago, I went to work in a warehouse in the small town that I'm from. I decided to leave though after my health started to get worse. I was diagnosed with panic disorder and severe anxiety. after the situation that I'm about to tell you. This changed the way I developed friendships after that job. That much is for certain. So, I started this job on April Fool's Day of 2018. Needless to say, I had no high expectations of this job at all. All I wanted was to do something, get paid, and go home. I had 2 little ones waiting for me back there, and many things I could work on as well. The job itself wasn't hard, and made some decent money for all the duties considered. I really couldn't complain much. I worked second shift for about 5 months, and then I went to the day shift. While working on second shift, I kept mostly to myself, until one day, I met someone from one of the lines after we struck up a conversation about gaming. For the sake of anonymity, we'll call him JF. Well, JF seemed like a pretty good guy, and we had a lot of things in common as well. I went home that night and he popped up as a suggested friend on Facebook, so I decided to add him. When I did so, we started talking more at work until he suggested we should hang out outside of it, and so we did, pretty frequently at that. We were friends for a month at this point, when one day he decided he was going to introduce me to his partner. She seemed decent at first, super nice, didn't seem to be judgmental either, so I thought she was pretty cool. From then on, I would hang out with him when my kids were spending time with my mother. One day, we were talking at a restaurant when he started to vent to me. Dude, she's such a bitch sometimes. The other day, I forgot to take the trash out and she threatened to stab me. I've never been in a relationship where someone's threatened me like that. I think she's got good intentions though, so I don't know. When he said that to me, I was concerned. But of course, we've only been friends for a month or so. I thought maybe he was just joking morbidly, so I chuckled at him. He gave me a pretty serious look though. I'm not joking, she really did say that. I got very concerned. Fast forward about 8 months. They're still together, and we all hung out pretty regularly. I forgot about the things he'd told me that day. One day though, we were all talking, and he seemed a little bit off that day. So I asked him what was wrong right in front of her. He flashed a smirk and said, "Nothing, dude, I'm just a little bit tired." He didn't have his eyes on me though, he had them on her. When we went to work the next day, I once again asked him what was wrong. "Okay, so you promised to keep this a secret between us?" Of course, I agreed. He said that he was breaking up with her, and she went a little bit crazy. He said she'd grabbed her gun, pointed it at him, and said, "If I can't have you, then no one will." He told me he'd managed to defuse the situation and was trying to look for a way out. Not really knowing what else to say, I just said, "If you need to go somewhere then, you can stay with me until you get her out of the house." Fast forward another year. He finally decided to leave her fully. When he did, she flipped out again. This time though, he told her over text. She said she was going to find him and kill him. He was actually out of work that day, on a vacation day. He sent me a text too. "Hey, let me know if she comes over looking for me." That struck me as odd, because I had no idea of the situation currently unfolding. She did come into our job and asked me where he was. I have no idea. I thought he was with you and you guys went out of town or something." She rolled up her window and drove off. I called him and told him she'd just come by, and he called the police about it. They found her just up the road from his house with a loaded gun in the car. And 2 months later, he decided to talk to her again. When he did, he had something to tell me. When he called me, he asked if I had seen her around, and I hadn't. He then said this to me. I would take some vacation days if I were you." I asked him why. "Because she's out of jail. I heard her cousins are in town trying to find the people she has beef with, and I guess you're one of them." At that point, I was terrified. I grabbed my kids and got out of town. I took 2 weeks off work too. Came to find out the next day, her and her cousins went to the next town over and shot 3 people in an apartment and killed them. I got the news about it the day after it happened. The reason why he knew they were coming after me is because apparently They'd made a Facebook Messenger group and accidentally included him, and it had a list of names. Everyone regarded it as spam and decided to disregard the message, but he knew exactly what it was. 3 of the names on that list were the people that got shot. The 4th name on that list was mine. After they found the evidence, he decided to go public about the group and the screenshots that he had. They were all charged with first-degree murder. From then on, I was very careful about who I would stick my neck out for, because even though he knew the context of that list and her intentions, he decided not to inform anyone but me on it. Needless to say, we aren't friends anymore, and I think I dodged a bullet. This happened a few years ago, during my first year of university. I'm from the UK, and I studied in York, which is generally considered a pretty safe city. I was with my friends on a night out clubbing, and as often happens on nights out, I lost them. I was tipsy, but by no means drunk yet. At this point, my friends weren't answering their phones, and I'd had just about enough. I decided to walk home on my own. My house was only a 20-minute walk through town, and we always walked home anyway. Because of this, I didn't really think much of walking home by myself. When I started walking though, this other guy started walking right next to me. He was Asian, maybe around 24 or so not too much older than me. I was 19 at the time. York is a pretty friendly city, and tipsy students talking to other tipsy students they don't know is pretty much the norm around here. I assumed he was just like me, another alcohol-infused person making his drunken way home. He started chatting with me about the usual crap, asking what I studied, things like that. We had only been walking for a couple of minutes together when he started asking me if I had a boyfriend. At this point, I started feeling a bit weirded out. We weren't in a secluded area exactly, but it was around 3 o'clock in the morning, and there were no other cars or people around. It's not like I instantly labeled him in my mind as a crazed serial killer or something, but he was a weird guy that seemed to be trying his luck a bit much. That's pretty common when you're a student, so it wasn't a huge deal or anything. But I didn't exactly want to walk alongside him anymore. We'd only been together for about 5 minutes at this point, so I told him it was nice meeting him and that I was at my house already. I stepped onto the porch of some random house and stood there waiting for him to walk away. I think he must have known I was lying though, because he made no attempt to move at all. This is when I started to feel really unnerved. He smiled at me and said, "My car is nearby. Do you want a ride to where you live so I can make sure you get home safely?" I became terrified. My chest was so tight I couldn't even speak. I just sort of shook my head and mumbled some incomprehensible answer. The next thing I knew though, he came right over to me and grabbed my arm. "Come on, I just want to help you get home." I remember feeling numb and like I wasn't part of my own body anymore. It felt like I was watching this happen to someone else, not me. I always thought I would fight back if something like this ever happened to me, but instead I was frozen in fear. I don't even remember where the car was or how long it took him to drag me there. I just remember kind of getting floppy and getting tugged along. The next thing I remember was him opening the passenger door and shoving me in. I think he asked me where I lived, but I couldn't answer at this point. He started talking about how pretty I was and how he just wanted a nice girl to talk to at home. I sat completely still, staring ahead. He put his hand on my thigh and started stroking it. Then he began to fondle me while continuing to drive one-handed. I thought I deserved it for getting in the car in the first place, so I just let it happen. I remember thinking I should fight him off or try to get out of the car, but honestly I couldn't even speak, let alone get the energy to struggle. I had no idea where he was taking me, but I knew we were heading away from the university area. After around 10 minutes, I finally seemed to unfreeze, and it really hit me what was happening right now. I genuinely thought I was going to die in this guy's car. I asked him if I could get out, but he just kept smiling at me and driving. I'm only 5'1" and built pretty small too. I really had no chance of overpowering him, even if I wanted to. Honestly, I was still too scared to try anything at this point anyway. My cell phone started ringing. I'd forgotten I even had it on me. I'd never answered anything so fast in my life. It was one of my housemates who was also on the night out with me, asking me where I'd gone. I didn't even look to see if the guy was watching me. The next thing I know, he was pulling over though, and told me to get out of the car right now. I had no idea where I even was. I walked around looking for a street name and rang up a taxi. I was sobbing and told the taxi driver what happened. He told me to tell the police and even offered to take me to the station. I couldn't bring myself to do it though. I didn't want to stay in any cars any longer than I had to. I got dropped off at home and promised I would inform the police in the morning. I never told any of my friends about what happened that night though. I always blame myself for being stupid enough to walk home and for not being strong enough to fight him off. I pretty much willingly got in his car and let myself get assaulted. I could have been raped or murdered. The whole incident made me very distrustful. I have depression, anxiety, and issues with self-harm, which were triggered by what happened that night. A few years ago, I held 2 jobs, one at a taco place and the other at a small general store. The taco place was always busy. We were separated from the customers by a counter, which was about elbow height or so. Interactions with customers were pretty much kept to a minimum, so we could be fast and focused on making the food. We'd move on to the next customer one after another. Working at the general store, though, that was a lot different. It was much slower paced, except around noon when every single old person in town wanted to shop. It seemed I generally worked nights at the general store and days at the taco place. The work of the general store consisted of cleaning and unpacking boxes to stock the shelves, and the majority of my chores didn't involve being behind the counter at all. This led to a lot more interaction with customers, in a more friendly environment as well. It was here that I had an encounter with a truly crazy man. He was a bald white guy, somewhere in his 30s or 40s. Since I didn't have a car at the time, I was getting rides to my college on the other side of town from my boyfriend, who's now my husband. The first time I saw this creep, he was walking along the sidewalk blindfolded. It was a busy road with a lot of traffic, and he had this fucking blindfold on. I guess he thought he was cool or something, showing off his ability to not stumble and die. Honestly, he just looked like a crazy person though. When my boyfriend couldn't drive me, I had to walk. It was only a couple of blocks away from my apartment, so it wasn't that bad. The only time I had to walk in the dark was at the end of a closing shift. Because of that, I was never too worried. One day, I was working at the taco place when the blindfold man tried to talk to me. I brushed him off and got back to work, hoping the next customer would step up. I only gave him a brief comment and dismissed him. Apparently, this made him mad. He stuck around hoping work would slow down, but I didn't see him again until a few days later. He came into the general store, once again wearing his blindfold. He took it off to shop, then came up to the register to pay. He didn't say anything. He just kinda stared at me as I rung up his items and told him the total. He handed me a wad of sweaty, crumpled-up bills that he'd pulled out of his pocket. I put them in the register and gave him his change. Then I handed him his bags. He stared at me some more, and I left to wash my hands. I then continued on with my day, having forgotten all about him. That was until a week later, when he showed up at my job at the taco place with a yellow bag from the general store. He had obviously gone there first, then come to the taco place looking for me. For once, we were actually having a slow day. He called me over to the counter. "Hey, so I know your mom," he said. I honestly didn't doubt that. My mom was into some heavy shit back then, and this guy seemed to be some kind of tweaker. He pulled out an envelope full of $20 bills and threw it down on the counter, smiling as he backed away. He didn't say anything else. What's this for?" He shrugged and said, "I want to help you guys out." I took the money and looked at it. Then I tested it with the pens we had at the registers. Evidently, it was all real. He'd actually just randomly given me a wad of cash that came to be $500. Don't get me wrong, I was grateful, but I was also extremely weirded out. After my shift, I walked down to the police department, which was also in the same lot as my other 2 jobs. I rang the intercom, and they eventually sent out 2 police officers. I explained the situation, but they didn't really take me seriously. They thought I was just being some paranoid girl trying to friend-zone some nice guy. They told me there wasn't anything he had done wrong, and the money was mine. The guy did claim he knew my mom, but of course, that turned out to be a lie. The cops left and nothing more came of it. I put the incident behind me until I saw him again. It was at the general store, and I was ringing him up again. This time, instead of staring at me and saying nothing though, he asked for my phone number. I came up with the first excuse I could. "I don't have a phone." He didn't even blink. He just went from standing there to suddenly leaning over the register and growling in my face. "What's the matter? You don't like me? You think you're too good for me? I gave you all that money. What's wrong with you?" I took several steps back. What the actual fuck? I heard my boss call my name from across the store, asking me if I could help her adjust some shelves. The guy walked off and left. I took a moment to call my boyfriend and have him come pick me up at the end of my shift. I realized that was good thinking on my part, because the guy was standing outside the store waiting for me, smoking a cigarette. After that, I'd have my boyfriend pick me up and drop me off every day, until I finally got a vehicle to drive to work on my own. Later on, everyone was at the taco place, talking about a stabbing that happened the night before. They told me that the guy had waited under someone's car while wearing a blindfold. Once they were about to open their door, this guy stabbed them in the ankle, then slid out from under the car. I guess he hadn't realized that other people were in the same parking lot, because as soon as he saw them, he took off running. A few days later, I went into my second job, and my supervisor, who had been with me the night the creep was waiting for me, showed me a picture in the newspaper. It was another article a few towns over. This guy had stabbed someone else and apparently killed them. This time he'd stabbed the woman 42 times before he was arrested on site. He was wearing a blindfold. It's just scary to think someone that crazy actually lived in the same town as me. It's really something else. It's lucky for me I didn't also become a victim of this creep. My 4-year-old daughter was supposedly asleep when I heard some noises coming from her upstairs bedroom. I tried to listen, but I couldn't quite make out what was being said. I approached the room, and she stopped talking as I did. Thinking I'd alarmed her, I walked into the room. At the time, she was sharing it with her 3-year-old sister. I walked in and saw my 4-year-old sitting up in bed. I smiled and asked her if everything was okay. She said they were fine, but her sister said that someone was keeping her up. I asked who was doing this. My 4-year-old apologized and said she had been talking to someone. When I asked her who it was, my 3-year-old sat up and said the girl in the window. I asked who this girl in the window was, and they both told me that a girl would come and stand in front of their window every night and talk to them. Not knowing what to say, I said okay and tucked them back in. I hung around outside their door the next day though, and I asked for more information about this girl. They said she'd come back that night, but she was mad. I waited for a few days and asked them again. Apparently, that girl in the window was really mad at them. I'd forgotten about it for a week. I'd chalked this all up to just their imagination. But then one night, my wife noticed it too. She asked me who the girls were talking to upstairs. Freaked out, I ran up and found both of the girls sitting under the window, looking upward. They turned and looked at me and asked if I wanted to meet the girl at the window. When they turned around, though, they looked quite disappointed. They said the girl had fled into the night. It's been about 5 years, and ever since that night, I've not heard mention of this girl at the window ever again. When I was about 11, some friends and I were having a slumber party. We all snuck out of the house in the middle of the night and went to a park about a half block away. We had been there for at least an hour or so when I thought I saw a large figure about 100 feet away from us and lurking in the shadows. They appeared to be hiding underneath some trees. We all turned to look and stare at the shadow's direction for about 5 minutes, trying to make out what this was. Right when we just about decided we were seeing things, though, the figure started sprinting out of the darkness at top speed towards us. We jumped up and ran back to the house as fast as we could go. We locked the door behind us, and we could hear someone moving around outside the house. Then someone began to tap on the windows. We couldn't wake anyone up, though, since we would have to admit we'd snuck out at night. We spent the entire rest of the night huddled together in the middle of the living room. None of us could get any sleep, and we went all the way until the morning completely terrified. When my cousin was around 7 years old, his room was in the basement. The basement level was half underground and half above ground. His room had a window, and his bed was right next to that window. One night, out of the blue, he woke up suddenly in the night. He opened his eyes, only to notice there was a man crouched right outside the window, staring in at him. He didn't know what to do, so he just froze for a second, then turned over in bed and turned his back to the man. Eventually, I guess he fell asleep out of exhaustion. Why he didn't run screaming to his parents' room is something I will never understand. Apparently, this went on for quite a while too. On random nights, the stranger would just come and stare at him through the window. Sometimes he would even tap on the window with his fingers. On the opposite wall of the window was a mirror, so one night when my cousin noticed the stranger was there, he turned over in bed as to not have to look at the guy anymore. The stranger did something unexpected though. He shined a flashlight in at the mirror and bounced the beam of light right into my cousin's face, as if to say he could still see he was awake. By far the worst part, though, was one night when the stranger finally got bold and began to push on the window to see if it would open. Luckily, the window was locked. To this day, my cousin has no idea who that guy was, what he wanted, or what he would have done had the window been unlocked that night. It was winter break freshman year of college. I drove up to visit one of my friends in northwestern Pennsylvania for New Year's. I needed to be back home the next day for work, so I decided to drive back at like 2 a.m. or so. I was driving down Interstate 79, and I saw maybe 2 cars in that 60-mile span. When I came up around a bend, though, I saw what looked like a black bear in my lane. I swerved and went off-road and crashed into the tree line next to the highway I was in. I was in the middle of nowhere, and the bear just booked off into the woods. My car was absolutely totaled now, though, and I knew I wasn't going to be seeing anyone for hours to help me out. I called 911, and they said they would come in about 20 minutes or so. I got out of the car and stood up on the shoulder of the highway. After about 5 minutes, though, I began to hear some rustling in the bushes. There it was. The bear had returned. Turns out that when I went off-road, I'd accidentally hit a cub, and now the mama bear was pissed as hell, I booked it to the back of the car and hopped inside the trunk. Thank God I had a big Ford Expedition, so the bear couldn't do too much to it. For about a half an hour or so, the bear tried ramming the car and was trying to get at me in a complete frenzy. The police eventually showed up, and I guess the siren scared Mama Bear off into the woods again. It was the most terrifying experience of my life. Hunting is an avid hobby of mine, and it runs in my family. My favorite animals to hunt are deer and boars, as they're quite a challenge. I also love hunting in general and camping in the woods. It's very therapeutic for me, as you're in nature's natural habitat, which can be greatly appreciated when you're by yourself. Of course, accompanying this hobby are the type of people you meet while out hiking. I've met people who shared their food and campfire with me, but most of the time it's your animal friends who will accompany you. I wish the story was about that, but things took a turn for the worst. I had recently completed an assignment, which I would describe as long-winded and quite boring. Even though it was my favorite topic, human biology, I decided to take a 5-day hike across a vast stretch of woods. This area was brilliant for hunting. As a hunting enthusiast, I decided to hunt some deer, and possibly a boar as well, if I came across any. I prepped my water filter, packed my tranquilizer and hunting equipment, as well as my pop-up tent and some snacks, and took the 3.5-hour drive to my destination. I was as stoked as I could be. I could just unwind around nature and enjoy the atmosphere the woods provided. I arrived at what looked like an abandoned parking lot at around 3:30 p.m. All of the spaces were empty, and the ranger's office looked as if it had been unoccupied for years on end. I brushed it off though. I parked and began my hike. The place was giving me a very uneasy vibe though, as if the woods beyond this ranger station were sinister. I can't exactly describe what gave me this uneasiness though. I honestly chalked it up to the place being abandoned and creepy. Either way, I headed out onto the path and began scouting the area for animals. These woods were quite exquisite. The sun was shining down through the trees, and the animals were up and about. I came across a few deer, but no boars, unfortunately. Fast forward to 8:30 p.m. It had been an eventful day, and it was getting pretty dark out now. I need to add that I'm quite a paranoid guy, even though everything had been okay in the end. That paranoia of someone or something lurking in the shadows stayed with me in the back of my mind. It felt especially strong when I was alone at night. Anyway, I whipped up a fire, cooked up some marshmallows, and warmed up some beans, minding my own business. After this, I decided to go on a late-night hunt, as I'd finished a 2-week course on how to hunt prey in the woods at night. I think it really paid off. 15 minutes later, I put the fire out as I prepared to leave. My blood ran cold as ice though, and my hands started to shake when I saw the silhouette of a person about 100 meters away from me. It was so unexpected, I internally freaked the fuck out. As well, I noticed what appeared to be a knife in their left hand. It looked as if they were crouching and stalking something. They had their knife at the ready, as if they were about to stab as well. I believe it was a man. They appeared to be about 6 foot tall, and their back was facing me. I believed that he hadn't noticed I was there. After shitting bricks while watching this man for 5 minutes, he disappeared into the inky night. I got over it pretty quickly though. Figured it was just another hunter like myself. Honestly, I wish that was the case. Fast forward another hour. It's around 9:45 p.m., and I'm feeling confident enough now to go back out and into the black wilderness, maybe catch a deer or two. I pinpointed where my tent was on the map and went on my way with my hunting equipment in tow. 10 minutes later, I was practically in no man's land. Everywhere around me was pitch black, but I knew what I was doing. I was following a deer's trail. The deer was about 50 meters in front of me, just wandering around. I grabbed my tranquilizer and placed the deer in my sights. That's when I heard a twig snap behind me. My eyes darted and my knees turned to jelly. I jerked my neck toward the source of the noise. There was that silhouette. He appeared from behind a tree to the left of me, about 50 yards away. He just watched me, not the deer, but me. His size told me he was the same man from before. Roughly 6 foot and 200 pounds. He stared at me, and I stared back. My body was still as stone, but a burst of adrenaline was causing me to shake. I couldn't see the man's face at all. Was he some kind of late-night human butcher? I began to wonder if I'd ever see daylight again. I just about choked out "Who's there?" I tried to say that in the calmest voice I could, but the fear was obvious in my tone. The man raised his hand with his knife and pointed his index finger at me. That was it. I bolted, almost tripping myself up and hitting my head on some tree branches. I could hear twigs snapping rapidly behind me. The son of a bitch was chasing me. I looked back and saw his right hand swatting tree branches out of his face. His knife was gripped tightly in his left hand, ready to stab. I realized I'd dropped my tranquilizer. Fuck it, I could just buy another one. I know I probably should have just shot the guy, but it's amazing what one can forget in a horrifying situation. Even if it was a gun, I wasn't going to go back for it. A ton of thoughts were going through my head while I was fleeing. Why me? What does he want? Money? Food? That was what I honestly thought. I pissed myself as he called out to me. "There's a good boy." Then he had the audacity to start laughing in a patronizing way. I couldn't take it anymore. I sped up, and let me tell you, it's amazing what the human body can do when adrenaline and instinct take over. I'd never run so fast in my life. I made a hard right dive into some nearby bushes, and eventually it seemed I'd lost the guy. I heard his footsteps continue past me. It turns out I'd been running in a huge-ass circle with him behind me. I could see my tent about 50 meters away. I was still shaking, and tears were starting to form. I did my best to stay strong. I tuned my ears to the inky blackness, and I heard nothing. I saw nothing. I was not going to turn my phone light on, as it would make me a clearly visible target. I carefully made for my tent and checked my watch. It was now 10:30 p.m. I sat still in my tent, listening to every small noise I could from the woods. I held my breath as I heard a twig snap behind me, and with it was a sinister, low voice. "Did you think you could outrun me?" With that, my tent was sliced open. The fucker popped his head in. He was licking his lips, and his eyes were wide open. They locked with mine. He screamed as he pulled out his knife. Fighting was not my strong point, but going to the gym had made me a pretty muscular guy. As he tried to stab me, I grabbed his arms with both hands and tried to fend him off. I tried to disarm him, but he laughed during the entire process. I thought he was trying to intimidate me, but I was ready to kill him to defend myself. I restrained his left wrist, but his knife was inches away from going into my foot. I stepped onto his right hand and pulled back on his left wrist. There was a loud snap. Apparently his left wrist had just broken. He let out a blood-chilling scream. Now I had the upper hand. I took advantage and got the knife from his shattered wrist. I gave him a taste of his own medicine. I stomped on his right hand and he screamed. I landed a few punches, and I think I broke his nose. I grabbed my arm in pain as he fought back and bent it in an awkward position. Honestly, I couldn't afford to care about injuries like that, though. He tried to kick out at me, but I punched him in the face until he was rendered unconscious. I checked my phone only to find there was no service. I picked up the asshole in a fireman's lift and remembered my way to the ranger's office. It was exactly west from my tent. After an hour of struggling with this potential killer, I found the ranger station. To my surprise, a young man was there manning it. I collapsed onto my knees and explained the situation. It turns out the guy had managed to stab my left bicep, but the adrenaline had blocked out the pain. The ranger called for backup. I don't know how long it took. I had left my belongings, and I was not going to go back there to retrieve them anytime soon. The ranger offered to drive me to the nearest hospital in my car. I took him up on his offer. That night, stalker was taken away semi-conscious. The next day, I woke up in a hospital bed to an officer sitting next to me. What he said next was burned into my memory, never to be erased. When I'd first seen the killer and his back was toward me, his knife in his left hand and him crouching, it turns out he had been stalking another hiker who he'd brutally murdered and mutilated. They found chloroform at the scene, hence me never hearing any screams or cries for help from the other hiker. From then onwards, I never went hunting by myself again. The next time I went hunting was 6 months after this incident, with 4 friends. Although the woods can have a beautiful atmosphere, never judge a book by its cover, as the tables can turn within the blink of an eye. For all of you camping and hunting, stay safe. And remember, don't think these things can't happen to you. For a brief backstory, I used to work as a fetish model. It's something I did after college to help pay off my student bills and supplement my full-time job. It was a unique fetish with a rather dedicated fan base, and I had quite a few admirers, many of whom I stayed friends with even after I stopped modeling. Most of them were cool people who didn't really bring up my former employment because they respected me and knew I was a private person. I rarely had many problems. There was this one guy, though, who would just constantly send me harassing messages all the time. They were aggressive and demeaning, and I didn't really want that sort of attention. He would try to be kind for a while, then be a creep again, so eventually I just blocked him. I totally forgot about him. Somehow, though, he got my phone number and would blow up my phone with calls and texts. I blocked him there too, but he would just message me from other random numbers. Eventually, I had to change my number altogether. On social media, he would make fake profiles and try to harass me that way too. Because of that, I stopped adding anyone I didn't know personally. Still though, all this was stuff I could just ignore. I found him annoying and unbalanced for sure, but not really a real threat to me. Many years had passed by, and there had been silence from him for a very long time. After a couple of years, though, I got a message from a random girl wanting to be my friend. I didn't buy this person at all, though. They had that same distinct way of writing as my particular admirer. As I said before, very demeaning and very demanding, certain phrases used over and over. I blocked the person and ignored the message. After some more time, I started putting myself out there and doing some online dating. I had gone on some lame dates the past couple of weeks when I got a match with someone who sounded pretty damn nice and friendly. After a few messages back and forth, we agreed to have dinner and traded our numbers. I have to say, the beginning of the date was actually really nice. My date was very considerate, and we had a nice, easy conversation. After eating and drinking, we left the restaurant to walk back to his place. Even the walk was very pleasant. We got back to his apartment, and things were starting to get hot and heavy. I was really starting to dig this guy, until he leaned in and whispered in my ear, "Why did you make me wait for so long?" When he said that, my stomach did a little flip. I asked him what he meant, and he told me he'd moved all the way from the East Coast in order to find me. My stomach started to drop even more, and I started shaking. In that moment, it was like something in his brain flipped, like a switch went off, and instead of the gentleman I'd been with all evening, he started spewing the same kinds of online harassment he had messaged me for years. He spewed out exact details from conversations almost 7 years ago, which I had mostly forgotten about. He seemed very angry I didn't remember each individual thing. I was standing there shocked, realizing what was happening. I noticed he kept looking behind me at an open laptop. I'm fairly certain he was recording what was happening. I told him I didn't feel very well and needed to leave right now, as calmly as I could. I didn't want to let him on the fact I was completely terrified. He must have known how scared I was though, because he grabbed me hard and told me he wanted me to swear this wouldn't be the last time I'd see him. I smiled and nodded and offered to go to dinner another night while wriggling out of his grasp. I didn't know if just playing it cool was going to work in this situation, but I was prepared to start fighting if I had to. To my surprise though, he relented and let me go to the bathroom to put my skirt back on. I was able to walk back to my car by myself. I drove in shock and silence the whole way home. I found out he'd given me a fake name to get this date with me. He changed his demeanor and took advantage of the fact I didn't know what he looked like in real life. Afterwards, I googled his real name when I got home and found his Facebook page. That confirmed he was in fact the very same man that had been harassing me for years. I hadn't bothered to look at this Facebook page before because I didn't feel like he was a threat in real life. I felt really stupid, so I immediately blocked the number he had been using for this fake persona. I guess I'll have to change my number again too. I'm sure he'll just find a way to keep calling me if I don't. I deleted my dating profile, of course, and I won't be going out again for a while. I'm going to go to the police as well, and hopefully that will put this guy on their radar. Luckily for me, I hadn't ever mentioned where I worked or where I lived specifically. I feel pretty good about that at least, and now I know what he looks like in real life, so I can at least be aware of him in the future. I feel horrible that I let myself be so vulnerable, but I will say I am certainly paying attention now. In college, I got into a relationship with a certain guy. He was perfectly normal until he found Jesus. At that point, he very quickly turned completely crazy, claiming demons were trying to speak to him, and even trying to buy weapons from some shady friends we had. He would constantly fantasize about how he would hurt evil people and became incredibly controlling and physically abusive, nearly even killing me a few times. Needless to say, I got out of that relationship after a few threats and some really crazy behaviors. He did leave me alone for a while, and I thought that was going to be the last I'd see of him. One night, though, I was heading to my dorm after a meeting when I decided to pass it by and go to the student union instead, which was right down the street. I wanted to grab some ice cream real quick. As I passed by the dorm, though, I swore I could hear footsteps behind me. I turned around as quick as I could and just barely caught a glimpse of someone in a white shirt ducking behind a signboard. I kept walking, listening very carefully. I could hear someone moving behind me. I whipped around again. There was a person, exactly his size, staring at me from behind a tree. I mean, I couldn't see very well because it was dark, but I could swear it really looked like him. I was mildly freaking out now. I started to walk faster, hearing occasional footsteps and breathing behind me still. I didn't dare to stop though, or let on that I knew someone, probably him, was there behind me. I knew he owned a gun and would likely immediately put a bullet into me when given a chance. He was a complete psycho and already upset enough that I dared to break up with him. I walked all the way to the student union and got my ice cream. I sat there in the store with everyone around me, unwilling to go back out into the unlit street, just in case it really was my crazy and armed ex. I had just mustered up the nerve to head back out when my phone buzzed. My heart just about fell out of my chest when I saw the message. It was from some of my friends, a very sweet couple actually. Apparently, they had been walking as well by pure coincidence, way behind me, when they saw something that alarmed them enough to text me. "Hey, your ex is walking around in the street." They called me before I could even text them back. "Hey, your ex is prowling around outside. Where are you?" He was near your dorm. I think he was coming back from the direction of the student union. They also said they thought he had a gun on him. They asked me what was going on. Panicked, I assured them I had not been with him, but someone who looked just like him had been following me. I was at the union right now, and I was too scared to go back alone. They practically shouted at me to stay right there and not go anywhere. They said they were going to meet up with me. A few minutes later, they came running into the store, breathless with wide eyes, asking why he was skulking about my dorm and what had happened as well. That's probably what scared me the most of all. Her boyfriend is a black belt in karate and never looked scared, but he looked absolutely horrified in this moment. They both looked around wildly, as if my ex would appear out of nowhere with his gun and kill us all. They told me they were taking me back to my dorm and calling the cops as they did so. They sandwiched me between them and walked me back to my dorm as quickly as we dared. The boyfriend was walking out front, yelling in the darkness and telling my ex that he'd better not try anything or else. I let the two of them into my dorm, and we went up together to my room. We put in a frantic call to the police as we peeked out the windows facing the street. Sure enough, I could see that there he was, lurking in the trees to the side of the dorm, looking up at us. A streetlight reflected something in his hand. I saw him tug on his .22 and realized he was carrying. We locked eyes, and I saw this kind of rage come over them. It froze me in that moment. I knew he was really out to kill me that night. My friends and I had managed to foil him this time. He quickly turned around and ran away through the trees. We didn't know whether he would come back though and try to break in or whatever. We called the police again and again, and lo and behold, sirens within minutes and officers with guns drawn combing the area. They caught him a few hours later, still with the .22 in hand. He confessed that he indeed was going to try to kill me if he had the chance. He didn't want to take potshots at me with my innocent friends there, though. Apparently, since I had broken up with him, I had been given over to Satan, and he had a duty to make sure I died and went to hell. Of course, he went to jail, and later to a mental hospital. I moved out of the dorm a week later. I just couldn't live with the thought he might break out and come after me again. I made some cop friends, though, to keep an eye on my roommates until they could move out too. I was never really the same after that. I was afraid and paranoid for years and years. Now I can be out and about without any fear, but I still have nightmares about seeing him staring up at me through the trees, gun in hand and rage in his eyes. Quite a few years ago now, I found myself working at a historical prison museum as a guide/administrator. This place is one of the oldest buildings in town and had quite the reputation amongst ghost hunters. It was always spooky working there. The early days had been fairly violent, and there had been a few deaths, including state-ordered hangings, so there were plenty of ghostly stories passed around. Some very odd things happened during my time there. The building was an old haven for local wildlife and far from windproof, so any stories had to be taken with a grain of salt. We also had several dozen mannequins set up in traditional poses, a few gathered in the courtyard, some in the cells. It was always fun to hear the gasps from the tourists as they saw the first one looming in the hallway. Now on to the story though. As this was primarily a tourist area, the winter months were quite quiet, and I could go for hours without seeing a single other person. One day, I was locking up and was doing a late closing one night. I had to do an early morning opening the next day too. Both closing and opening required a torch, as it was pitch black at this time of year, and lights were not installed throughout the entire complex. I'd only had one tourist group the entire day, so to defeat the boredom, I decided to take one of the surplus mannequins from the storeroom and dress them up in some early convict lady garb. I set them up in the kitchen in the ladies' wing and decided I would set them up facing away from the door and holding a bowl in one arm and an egg beater in the other. I made sure everything was very sturdy and closed the kitchen up for the night. The next morning, when I arrived at 6 a.m. to open up and was making my way through the complex, I heard something strange in that room. I was on the other side of the wall from the kitchens, and I could hear this odd scraping noise coming from there. As I stood there, sitting in a doorway, it stopped, then started again. Then it was accompanied by a tapping noise. A little freaked out, I continued around the building, continuously making my way towards the kitchen. As I stood outside the door, I could hear this irregular noise quite clearly now. I decided to use the sliding hatch on the door so I could look into the room. I could see this mannequin appeared to be moving, not just moving slightly either, but quite visibly tapping one foot up and down as it turned the egg beater in its arm. I lowered my eyes to adjust them to the darkness of the room as my brain tried to process what I was seeing. Was this possession? A poltergeist? I was not sticking around to find out. I slammed that hatch closed and hightailed it all the way back the way I came, not stopping until I reached the main office. Once I did, I promptly bolted the door and turned on every light I could find. At around 10 a.m., we had our first group of tourists coming through the doors. I had convinced myself by this point that I'd truly seen some sort of hallucination. I must have been hearing the building settling or something, and my brain filled in the rest. It was very dark after all. Knowing I would have to open the kitchen for the tourists to pass through, I hung back for 5 minutes by the front desk before quietly sneaking towards the kitchen door. I slowly opened the hatch and peered in to see the mannequin standing in the same position I'd left it in the night before, not moving at all. With everything back to normal, I breathed a very deep sigh of relief. I opened the door, but the second I did so, the mannequin began to mix the egg beater again, frantically tapping its foot. I've never been more terrified than in that moment. It was broad daylight. I just couldn't convince myself nothing was happening here. This time, it was happening right in front of me. I was all alone in this museum with a possessed mannequin. I was the only authority figure nearby. Innocent men and women of the public would soon be coming through this very room. What the hell was I supposed to do in this situation? I picked up a meat mallet nearby and walked extremely hesitantly towards the thing. As I got closer, it began to move quicker until I was right next to it. Fully expecting this thing to turn around and attack me or something, I grabbed a hold of its arm, only to have the mannequin erupt into this terrible croaking and hissing noise. I nearly crapped myself at this point, but something about that hissing sound sounded very familiar. Gaining some more composure, I finally looked into the bowl the mannequin was holding. I also looked at its other arm. Looking up at me from inside the bowl, with its head firmly stuck between the beater, was a king skink about 40 centimeters long. I took my hand off the mannequin, and the skink began to run back and forth since it was stuck. As it ran around in circles on the bottom of the bowl, that turned the beater. It also moved the mannequin's arm, which proceeded to move its foot up and down too. 5 minutes later, I'd finally managed to let the poor guy out into the courtyard, while I was giggling hysterically to myself. By the end of the day, that mannequin had been packed up and was back in storage just in case. But man, did I really think I had seen an actual ghost that day. I'm 22, and this incident happened a year and a half ago. I had just moved into my first apartment and was in the process of moving in fully. The door that led into my apartment locks itself automatically when closed. I was going to the entrance of my apartment complex to get my mail while I was talking on the phone with my boyfriend. I returned to my apartment and sat down on the bed while opening up my miscellaneous mail. When using the phone, though, I accidentally dropped it on the floor. It landed underneath the bed, so I had to lie down on the floor and stretch down for it. As I did so, though, something caught my eye. There was someone underneath my bed. My eyes widened, and I choked down the urge to scream. The person under my bed was lying still with his back toward me. His head was clutched to his chest, so I couldn't see his face. He didn't appear to notice me either. Trying to be rational, with so many thoughts rushing through my head, I picked up the phone and said that I was sorry I'd dropped it. I told him I was going to take a shower. The bathroom was right by my bed, so I hastily walked inside and quietly locked the door. I turned on the shower and jumped out my window. I called the police, and they told me to wait nearby and go across the street to see if anyone came out through the door to the apartment complex. This was during the summer, and it was still light out. I placed myself across the street, hiding behind a car while watching my open bathroom window. I called my boyfriend, and he arrived just before the police did. I gave them my keys and they went inside. Only moments later, 2 cops came out holding a thin and tired-looking man. His eyes looked completely crazed, but he made no attempt to try and get away. The policeman that had stood beside me and comforted me, while the other police searched through my house, told me the man had been standing outside my bathroom door with one of the kitchen knives, waiting for me to come out. This man had somehow crept into my entry door while I was getting my mail and hidden underneath my bed. The man that was trying to hurt me turned out to be a homeless person and was placed in a mental hospital. My boyfriend moved in with me the very next day. This happened 6 or 7 years ago, when I was around 13 years old and still in school. I was walking home one day, going through town. The weather was unbearable. Now, I like that nice, sunny, warmth sort of vibe, but the horrible bastard heat blanket type that suffocates you was going on right now. Anyway, I took off some of my school uniform, which consisted of a heavy wool blazer, long-sleeved gray jumper, and tie. This was a mandatory outfit. Living in Ireland and going to grammar school, there were some heavy-ass dress codes that people had been wearing since 1667. When I had just about first opened my shirt, I started to head on my merry way, when all of a sudden this old man beckoned me to come over from across the street. He had to be about 60 to 70 years old. He was wearing a cap and leather jacket. This was something that had landed me in trouble before, but I absolutely cannot turn down a conversation, regardless of if it's local junkies approaching me or clear red flag scenarios. I always just go along with it unintentionally. I walked over to this guy, thinking he might need some directions or something. The first thing he asked me, though, was if I wanted some sweets. He offered me a Terry's chocolate orange. When I reached out to take a piece from him, he grabbed my hand and stared straight into my eyes. He held my hand and started to caress it slowly. He then asked me if I would like to come back to his house for a cup of tea. Surely you must be tired and thirsty. Now, I know the sensible thing to do here was to call for an adult. Seeing as there were hundreds around, Belfast is a busy place. There were often police that patrolled the street as well. All I had to do was shout and make a scene. Instead, what came out of my mouth was a simple no. Without any resistance, I easily released myself from his grip and took a piece of the chocolate orange, then walked back over to my bus stop. I looked over my shoulder to see him staring back at me, mouth agape. I guess he really hadn't expected that. After a few seconds, he hurried off around the corner. I realize now the smart thing to do would have been to report him, seeing as this could have happened to anyone else my age, and the man could still be out there. This is the first time I've ever told this story, though, so nobody else knows. Even though the immediate danger wasn't there, I think the implication warrants a mention. This didn't happen to me, but instead to my boyfriend a few years back. I decided to share his experience here. We used to live in a small farm town, where the largest store you could visit was Walmart. Often, we would want to buy clothes and other things like that, so we had to drive an hour to a larger city, where there were malls and other options. One day, my boyfriend, who we'll call Carl, and his friend Edgar, and Edgar's little brother Fabio, decided to head out to the city together and go to the mall to purchase some clothes. They decided to head out around 6 or so and jumped in Edgar's car. They began the drive, but not even 30 minutes in, the car started to make a weird noise and then started to erupt in smoke. Edgar pulled the car over to see what was going on. Now, keep in mind, this road was completely isolated. It only has a single gas station near the entrance of our town. Other than that, it's completely empty countryside. After checking the car, they decided there was nothing they could do about it. They would have to call for help now. At the time, none of these guys had phones, so that meant hiking all the way back up the road to the gas station, which would take an hour or more. Edgar told his little brother to stay behind and wait in the car while they went to the gas station. His little brother was only 12 years old, so probably not the smartest idea for him to stay there alone. I guess in their minds it was okay though, because he'd have the safety of the car to protect him. Anyway, Carl and Edgar began the hike up the road and decided that if they cut across some fields, they would reach the gas station in half the time. After quite a bit of walking, they finally arrived and used the phone to call Edgar's dad. Of course, his dad was quite angry that the car was in bad shape and even more pissed off that Edgar had left his brother all alone. He told him to go ahead back to the car and he would drive down the road and meet them along the way. They hung up and thanked the guy at the counter and headed out on the long walk back to the car. At this point, it was quite dark, and when they arrived, they were completely exhausted. They were ready to go home. They walked up to the car and were about to get in when they noticed that Fabio was now gone and the front window had been smashed open. There was glass everywhere. Carl and Edgar both began to freak out and yell for his brother while looking around the area. They tried to see if anyone was nearby. The two of them could only freak out more and more while they continued to yell out. They decided to turn on the car so the headlights would at least illuminate the street and hopefully help them to see if they could find him or what may have caused this damage. Soon, they heard the sound of a car coming up behind them and turned around to see Edgar's dad pulling up to the side of the road. Once he found out Fabio was missing, he began to freak out as well. They were so busy being frantic, they didn't even notice that someone was walking toward them from the opposite direction. It was Fabio. He was confused and wondering why everyone was yelling. They explained they thought he had been kidnapped. Fabio was surprised to see the window was broken, since the car had been in perfect condition when he decided to head to the gas station to meet up with them. Edgar and Carl realized that was why they'd never encountered him, since he had taken the main road. Things quieted down as the guys started to inspect the engine. It was only then that they began to hear a rustling noise. Everyone went quiet and listened. Edgar's dad yelled for whoever this was to come out and reveal themselves. He grabbed a tire iron and handed Carl and Edgar some other random tools to hold on to. He walked toward the brush when suddenly a stranger emerged from within. He was tall and skinny, and by what Carl told me, he looked completely strung out on some type of drug. His eyes were bloodshot, and his movements were off. Edgar's dad asked him what he was doing, to which he replied he was out for a walk. Edgar called out to the stranger and started yelling at him for breaking into the car. He started getting very defensive and yelling back how he'd done nothing wrong. At this point, Carl was still across the street with Fabio when he noticed more movement in the brush. As he looked closer, he realized there was an additional guy and girl trying to sneak up behind his dad. It looked like the girl was carrying a large bag and the guy a long pipe. He called out, and they quickly turned around to see the two people crouching down behind them. Carl said he wasn't quite sure what happened next, since it all happened so fast. A big fight broke out between everyone there. As the scene unfolded, Carl was still beside Fabio protecting him and the car. He was getting ready to join in when everything went silent. It was then that they noticed that Edgar had a gun pointed at his face from the drugged-out guy who was just stammering and shaking. He said he would shoot them and kept pointing the gun at Edgar's face, then at his dad, then back again. The man said that he would let everyone go as long as they did not try to follow him. Otherwise, he would shoot everyone in the head. He and the two others skulked back across the street and disappeared into the field. Edgar and his dad were bloody from the scuffle and told everyone to get in the car right now. They would come back tomorrow to fix the broken-down engine of the other car. They all piled in and took off. Carl said that car ride home was completely silent. I asked him if Edgar's dad ever called the cops, and he said to his knowledge they never did. Carl was dropped off at his house around 1 a.m. and called me right after that. I remember thinking how close he had been to never coming back home. He thinks back to this day sometimes and thinks about how lucky he is to have survived. That year, there were a lot of car break-ins. We all wondered if they had been the work of this same group of people. I guess we'll never know. When I was growing up, my older brother raced flat-track motorcycles. As a result, my dad and him were gone for most weekends during the racing season. Sometimes my mom, younger sister, and myself would tag along, but my mom was never really into it. She would keep my sister and me home most of the time, and instead planned fun things for us girls to do together. The weekend this incident happened was one of those weekends where we stayed back. In 1987, I was around 10 years old, and my sister was somewhere around 8 or so. It started out like any other Saturday, with my dad and brother going off to do their thing. My mom took us out to McDonald's, and we went to the mall. Then we came home to play some Monopoly and watch cable together. At around 10 p.m., my sister and I started to get very sleepy, so my mom brought out the sleeping bags for all three of us to sleep together in the living room. I had to ask my mom years later what time this was, because as a kid I didn't really pay attention to the clock so much. Apparently, it was around 2 a.m. or so when someone began frantically banging on our front door. Our front door was kind of strange. It had 4 large panes of glass that weren't opaque, so they were covered with these small curtains. We all woke up to this pounding and rushed to the door to look out one of the windows. We could see that there was a girl outside. She was in her late teens, it appeared, wearing a white and blue windbreaker. She was frantic and crying, begging my mom to let her in. She said her boyfriend was chasing her, and she was afraid she was going to be killed. My mom remained calm as hell in scary situations. She told the girl that she was sorry, but she couldn't let her inside because us 2 young children were with her. She couldn't risk the boyfriend harming us too, if he got inside. "I can call the police for you if you just stay here." Of course, that didn't sit well with the girl. She started crying more and more and pointed to her foot that was broken. "Please, ma'am, you have to let me in. He's coming." My mom refused, though, and turned and ran to the kitchen. She called 911 on our phone mounted to the wall. Because the phone had a ridiculously long cord, she was able to walk back to the door while still on the phone with dispatch. She told the girl the police were on their way. This made the girl get even more crazy, though. "I don't need the police because I'll be dead before they get here." My mom apologized again and said she was sorry, but she was not going to open the door. At this point, the girl turned around and walked off into the darkness. About 5 to 7 minutes later, the police showed up and my mom gave a statement. As she was doing so, my dad and brother came back from their race. My dad didn't even turn off the truck. He just ran up looking terrified and asking what was going on. My mom told my dad what happened, while another officer walked up and said he hadn't seen anyone. He had found a shoe, though, on the street in front of our house. The police left, and we all sat in the living room for a while, trying to decompress. I remember thinking my mom was maybe not being very nice to the girl, and maybe should have just let her in. Fast forward to 2001. It was about a week after I gave birth to my first son. Family and friends around my house were doting on my baby. After most people left, there was just my parents, my sister, and my son, sitting in my living room. I made a comment about how I didn't really love the neighborhood we had moved to, but I was proud of actually having my own home with my husband. My sister then made some comment. "Hey, Mom, you remember that lady that came to the door demanding to come in that one night?" My mom replied yes. At this point, I could tell my mom and dad weren't very comfortable talking about it because they gave each other nervous glances. My sister, being the bitch she can be sometimes, just said, "Well, why didn't you let her inside? I wonder if her boyfriend did end up killing her." My dad interjected and said my mom had done the right thing because it was late and we were home alone. He then added this little end to it. They ended up finding her in a car with her boyfriend, smoking dope a few blocks over. They had rope, duct tape, 2 shovels, and a bunch of knives in the trunk. My sister and I both gasped in unison. I asked why we were never told about all of this. My dad said they decided not to tell us. We wouldn't feel safe in our own home finding this out. It made me feel like a huge jerk though, because I'd always thought my mom was bad for doing that. I wonder what happened to the girl. Now though, I know my mom most likely prevented a home invasion with her tough but correct decision. Learning about that sent chills down my spine. Even writing it out now gives me goosebumps. My friends and I were going to a party a few hours out of town, so we decided to stay at our family's vacation house, about an hour or so south of the party. We arrived at the vacation home first to drop off some things. When we left for the party, I spent a moment deciding whether to pull the gate all the way closed or not. I'd had some trouble opening and closing it earlier when we arrived, and if we were going to be getting home late at night, I didn't want to be stuck outside. I decided to shut it for security though. We went to the party and got back to the vacation house around midnight or so. When we got there though, I saw the gate was wide open. I immediately felt on edge because not only did I know I locked it, but I knew it couldn't just blow open in the wind or something either. I didn't want to make a big deal about it though, so I was very vague. My friend asked if I had shut it. We went inside and decided to make a snack. I was just wandering through the house when suddenly my friend raced from the kitchen to the hallway and tackled me to the ground. She was convinced she'd heard someone walking around outside. I tried to calm her down, but we had no cell phone reception and there was no one else around. Over the next half an hour or so, we sat there in the hallway, paralyzed with fear, as we heard footsteps outside all around us. Eventually, we heard someone trying to jimmy open the back door. We decided we had to leave, so we gathered up our things and got ready to make a break for the car. And just as we reached the front door and were ready to leave, there was a huge bang from the backyard. Suddenly, we heard what sounded like hundreds of birds screaming. It was incredibly terrifying. We sprinted to the car, and as we reversed out of the driveway, we saw somebody running out from the side of the house towards us. We sped the entire way home, and even when we got back to my place, we couldn't sleep at all that night. We talked about it many times since, and neither of us had ever heard a blood-curdling sound like the one we heard from the back of that vacation house that night. It was truly the stuff of nightmares. If Pokemon Go has done anything, it's made me much more active as a rather distracted member of my community and a hiker. More than I ever have, I found myself walking the nature trails and parks of my town, which is smack dab in the middle of Nebraska. Being a college student, I had a little bit too much time on my hands. I mean, I really shouldn't, but I made the rash decision to put off a crap load of homework to the very end, just so I could catch dozens of the billions of pixels programmed into our world. Sadly enough, I didn't really have anyone else to play with either. I was actually sort of nervous to play with other people. I've been like this ever since middle school pretty much, but now after this encounter, I do very much regret that decision. I should have played with some friends. You should never play these sorts of games alone, if anything for the sake of safety. In groups, you can stay alert of your surroundings and ward off danger, maybe even scare off people in the shadows that might have the worst in mind for you. This experience happened on one of my favorite nature trails. It sits next to a lake where people often boat and fish. I've even been told there were bodies buried there during the Civil War, both Indian and American. That already added a bit of creepy ambiance to the hikes that I tried to distract myself from as I walked down this nature trail. Well, let me start by saying there were two poke spots, one with an engraved bench and the other was a small memorial statue that was sort of vague. I could never really tell what it was supposed to be for. I'd grab a few Pokeballs from those stops and hopefully buy an incense or two, then begin my real walk. This was always really fun for me. I've never been into the whole outside thing really. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But getting up early, having breakfast, and enjoying a hike alone was always so peaceful and pleasant. I really didn't know why I hadn't been doing that before. My mother and father really hated my new routine though. I'm a small guy and definitely your stereotypical nerd. I didn't get any sort of bullies or anything like that, and I was never picked on fortunately enough, but I look as frail as Captain America before he got juiced up. When I told my parents about my new hobby, again, they were not very thrilled. There were often bear and mountain lion sightings in the area. We have quite a few hunters where I live, and they're not hesitant to share photos from their deer cams and tell stories of the things they see out there at night. Now that I think about it, I guess I wasn't too close to where these folks hunted. But still, mountain lion territories can cover up to 8 or 10 miles. That morning, I took my Galaxy S6 and a pair of new tennis shoes and went for a walk. It had rained that day before, so the ground of the trail was very muddy. There were still droplets on the trees and grass. That made everything even better though. I love that sort of rainy, misty ambiance. About 5 minutes into the trail and some many bell sprouts later, I started hearing something strange in the distance. It wasn't behind me though, it was sort of beside me. If I had to guess, it must have been a couple 100 feet away into the thick trees. It was just a few, and they were very inconsistent. There were maybe 2 or 3 every 10 seconds or so. I assumed maybe it was the sound of a deer. I'd seen a lot of those around here, and sometimes they would even jump out into the road and total oncoming cars. Real messy stuff. I kept walking though, not really spooked at the sounds, even as they continued for another 15 minutes. What was weird though, was the fact that they appeared to be following me. Maybe there were different deer all at the same distance. As unlikely as that was. Yeah, sounds pretty stupid now that I think of it. For all I knew though, it could have just been other hikers who had decided to go off trail. Surely though, I would have heard them talking by now. I shrugged it off and continued. By that time, I was about halfway in. Heading back or going forward, it would have taken the exact same amount of time to exit the woods. At that point of the trail, there was a bend that created a sort of U to allow folks to either circle back or go straight. Going straight would lead into denser forests that I most likely would get lost in. Luckily, I was paying just enough attention while playing Pokemon Go to keep myself on the right trail, so I was now heading back. Those steps followed me still though, right at my side in the same area. Now I could tell they were getting closer. Fear started to well up inside me, and I felt myself wanting to walk faster. I ended up breaking into a light jog. I think I was still in denial at the moment. Instinct wouldn't tell a person to run as fast as they possibly could if they really thought they were in no danger. I had read and heard and watched so many stories and books and things on TV where the person walks faster, then jogs, then finally runs, but it's too late. Somehow I had convinced myself to fall into that same cliche. Wouldn't you know it, those footsteps got heavier and more frequent whenever I started to jog. Still, they only got a bit closer, but it wasn't just the footsteps that haunted me. As I glanced to the left of me, I now saw something there in the trees, a great mass of black and blue, past the hundreds of trees, moving with ease. It was easily many times my size. In an instant, I began to run hard, twisting my ankle, but forcing myself to stay afoot. My heart seemed to stop for a moment, then beat so hard it hurt. I could feel my whole body pounding with each beat. God, I can barely even accurately describe that feeling to you now. To honestly believe your life is going to end in seconds, I was literally scared to death. I hope none of you ever have to experience that. It's painful. At the time, I thought with running fully, I could make it back to my car in at least 5 minutes. 5 freaking minutes. 300 seconds of being pursued by whatever this was. I don't know how I managed to make it even. I remember breaking back through the exit of the trail, car in sight, and having enough gall to actually turn around and see what had been chasing me. Turns out it was a bear, stood now on all fours several yards into the trail. It wasn't snarling or growling or anything of the sort. It had simply slowed to a halt. It looked at me for a few moments before turning back to the woods. It was horrifying. Being chased by an animal you know could kill you easily if it wanted to. Seeing that big black mountain of fur coming at me, I almost died from fright. Now I had an opportunity to calm down though. Thinking back on the whole thing, it must have really been warning me to stay away, perhaps even playing with me. Still though, I've never felt so close to death in my life, and that's my story. I haven't told anyone else beside the internet. Now, most people might not believe I really was chased by a bear, and I'm not exactly going to tell my parents. They would kill me. Anyway, moral of the story is, Pokemon Go is really fun, but try to stay with a group. As for me, I think I'll be playing more in town from now on. So, I've never had a stalker before. I don't know if it's just because of how I look or what. I'm obviously not too confident with my appearance, but I don't really care. I'd rather not have to deal with a stalker anyway. Throughout my lifetime growing up in the city as a girl, my parents and school and movies always taught me that there will be stalkers. You know that no matter what, there will be people out there, and they will find you somehow. It's kind of a creepy thing actually, right? I was starting to think I was the exception. I was wrong though. Pokemon Go recently released, and it's taken me on quite a few adventures I otherwise wouldn't have gone on. No matter where I go with my friends these days, I've got my iPhone right at my side, and I'm making sure I get every single reward and Pokemon that comes my way. I'd say I've been going out twice as often as I used to, just to play Pokemon Go. There are 3 parks in my city, so there are plenty of Pokéstops to claim. I just like walking around the streets though. You know, getting a bite to eat, chilling out with some friends, it's a lot of fun. It's even fun when I go by myself. I was downtown walking on the sidewalk one day, glancing at my phone every so often. when I decided to look behind me. I don't know why, it might have been for no reason at all, but suddenly I felt an intense urge. When I did so, I saw a guy not far away. He was tall and thin, with a baseball cap covering his face and a long beard that didn't match his overall look. He looked up, and we made eye contact. I could tell he must have been looking at me before I turned around, because he looked away quite quickly, shifting his head back downward to stare at his phone. He was now just standing there next to one of the many shops around. I turned and continued walking. It was just a bit of awkward eye contact, I thought. It happens sometimes. I'm sure you know what that's like. A couple of hours passed by, and I was a few blocks away from where I'd seen that guy. I was just sitting at Starbucks, sitting on a white chocolate mocha, and playing Pokemon in between texting my friends. Eventually, when I looked up from my phone, though, I swear to God that exact same guy was sitting on the other end of the lobby, looking at his phone. My first and most hopeful thought was that he just happened to like the same Starbucks as me. To be honest, though, I was very creeped out. I tried not to be. I felt like I was judging the guy based solely off his appearance. I don't know. I decided to just take my stuff and go. I wanted to get out of there at that point. I couldn't help but look behind me every few seconds, and sure enough, I soon discovered he appeared to be following me. He was doing it subtly, walking while mostly looking at his phone, but his look was way too distinct. He must have been trying to look hidden, but he stuck out like a sore thumb to me. I walked faster, but I was small and short. The guy had much wider steps. I didn't want to run. I already felt embarrassed enough. Isn't that weird? I was being followed, but I was the one that felt embarrassed. That's probably the reason I didn't dare to confront him in the shop. Finally, though, I had an idea of how to get out of this. I saw a bus picking up passengers at one of the nearby stops. I hoped I had enough change on me and hopped aboard. I took a seat in the back and slumped down as low as I possibly could. The backs of those seats didn't go up very high, though, and I couldn't cover myself completely. I prayed the guy hadn't seen me get on board, and if he did, I prayed he didn't get on himself. My heart sank when he stepped inside. What the hell did this guy want from me? What was his problem? Should I have called the police? 1,000 different emotions all mixed together inside me, as well as 100 different questions. When he sat down right next to me in the same seat, I wanted to throw up. I turned away, trying not to acknowledge the guy at all. He wasn't speaking, but I could feel he was staring at me. I was shaking. Then I felt my worst fears come true. I felt a stranger's hand on my leg, cold and rough. I started to cry. I couldn't help it. I tried to back away from him, leaning closer to the window. I was becoming a victim, but I still felt too embarrassed, too dirty to do anything. God, I felt like an idiot. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" I heard an incredibly loud voice come from somewhere behind me. Before I could register what was happening, the hand was already gone, and the pressure in the seat had lifted. I turned to see the guy was on the ground, looking up at a short but stocky man with the angriest look on his face I had ever seen. The stalker guy popped up and literally ran off the bus. He almost got closed in the doors. That's how fast he tried to escape. The shorter man and a couple of older women asked me if I was all right. They consoled me while I continued to cry. I sat there until I saw a few familiar places passing by. Finally, they urged me to file a police report. All I could do was thank them and go. I was shaking as I walked home, as quickly as possible. I took a shower, and I called the police right after. I'm glad those kind folks knew exactly what that man was up to. I mean, sure, it may have looked like he was just sitting next to his upset girlfriend or something. I'm so lucky he didn't go further, and for the kindness of the people around me. I try to focus on the fact that good people kept anything bad from happening to me. Honestly though, I haven't touched Pokemon Go ever since. Sadly, I think I've imprinted the game to my memory of that experience, so I doubt I'll ever play it again. To everyone out there still playing, please make sure you're safe. When it comes to schoolwork, well, I've had some traumatic experiences in my life, and as a result, it kinda makes me feel off. I just can't seem to focus at all when I'm home, even when it's very quiet. Every little thing bothers me, and I feel like I read the same line 1,000,000 times over and over. In my sophomore year of college, I started to drive to a secluded location to do all of my readings for school. I didn't live very far from the country, so it would only take about 20 minutes to drive to said peaceful location. I personally found the peace and tranquility of nature to be very soothing. I know it may sound crazy to some people that I would drive that far to the middle of nowhere just to do my schoolwork, but it really felt like I had no choice. It was the only way I could bring myself to concentrate on my work. When the end of my senior year was approaching, I was starting to freak out about one of my big exams. The exam itself was 40% of my final grade, and I needed at least a 75 on it to pass the course. I decided that I was going to spend the weekend before the exam studying, and that I was going to make my own little adventure out of the experience. Instead of going to my usual secluded spot, I was going to travel to an area a few hours inward. I would hike the beautiful trails and find another nice quiet spot to study. I left first thing Saturday morning and arrived at my destination around 10 or so. I spent the earlier parts of the day hiking until roughly 2 in the afternoon. I found this absolutely amazing spot near the top of this steep hill. It was a clearing that overlooked a bunch of trees. There were some rocks on the top of the hill too, so I was able to get comfortable with my books and computer set up on them. I started reading my textbook when I thought I could hear the sound of twigs snapping around me. Now, in my distracted brain, all I could concentrate on was that sound of twigs snapping. It was absolutely driving me crazy. I first thought there must be some sort of deer or small animal prancing around in the woods nearby. I debated on whether I should go over and maybe scare the animal away. Whatever it was would surely flee further away into the woods and away from me so I could focus. I made my way over to the edge of the tree line and shouted some nonsense noises to try and scare whatever this was away. I heard nothing back. I made a sound again and clapped my hands together. Again, I heard nothing. I stared intently through the thick trees when I swore I got a glimpse of a silhouette of a person moving behind one of them. I figured my mind was playing tricks on me. I kept looking for a little while longer, but I realized the noise had stopped altogether. I thought to myself that whatever I'd done must have worked. I sat back down and started to read my textbook again, but now I couldn't concentrate because I couldn't ditch the feeling that something was not right about this. I flipped through several pages several times. Once I realized I was not retaining anything, I simply decided to pack my things up and start heading back. I was fairly far away from where I'd parked anyway, so I figured it was about time to start heading back. I would just find a spot to study that was a bit closer to where I'd parked, but still in seclusion. When I walked over to the tree line though, I paused in fear. Standing about 30 feet away, shrouded by trees, was the backside of what appeared to be a man. Their shoulders were very broad, but because their back was facing me, I couldn't be sure who they were. They were dressed all in black, and it looked like they were wearing some sort of covering on their face. I didn't move or say anything. I just stood there frozen and tried to calm down. I had a million thoughts flying through my head. It felt like I was stuck there for an eternity, but in reality, it was probably only a few seconds later. The person turned to abruptly face me. I can't accurately express how much fear I felt in that moment. Whatever mask they were wearing was horrifying. It appeared to be some sort of homemade creation, since I'd never seen a mask like this in my life. It appeared to be white, and also had a long snout hanging down. It almost looked like something out of Beetlejuice. The eyes on this mask were jet black, and wild hair protruded from random patches on it. I think the hair was attached to the mask too, not to the person. It was sort of an old, rotten yellow color. The person started to hum. I didn't notice it at first, but it appeared to be some sort of melody. It was a really long, drawn-out hum, almost like a groan coming from this person. They started to approach me. I freaked out. The clearing I was in was not that big, so in order to walk back to the trail, I would have to move past this person. I could have slid down the hill, but I might have broken my computer and also my legs. It was extremely steep and very high up. As soon as they'd started moving, this person started to run full speed at me, still making that horrible groaning noise. I can't even believe what happened next. The person ran right at me, and right when they were about to grab me, they just stopped in front of me. I stepped back in fear, and they began to laugh at me. Then they started humming again. They didn't actually lay a single finger on me. They just moved their hands around me as if they wished to touch me but couldn't. Not wanting to know what was happening or take any chances, I ran as fast as I could around them. As I sprinted further away, I could now hear the person trying to follow close behind me, still humming their tune. I didn't bother to turn around. I made it to my car and discovered that person no longer appeared to be following me. I did try to call the police, but of course, phone service was pretty shoddy in this area. I drove several miles to the closest town and called the police once I got there. I reported what happened, but I don't think they did anything with it. Technically, the person didn't do anything other than disturb me. There were also no other complaints about the area. I have no idea what the freak was doing in those woods. I don't know if they were playing some type of prank or something truly messed up. Maybe they actually wanted to hurt me. It seems unlikely it was a prank though. I didn't see anybody else in the woods, and it seemed like we were the only two people in the area. I realized that maybe I shouldn't complain, since I was unharmed in the incident, but the psychological trauma that I felt still sticks with me to this day. I'll never forget that terrible afternoon and the memories of that horrifying mask. I've spent the better part of my adult life as a painter. It can be tedious work, but it's paid me decent over the last 10+ years. Being a painter has allowed me to open my own business, and to this day it's been very successful. Over the years, I've painted all sorts of houses. New ones, old ones, and everything in between. I had painted some houses that looked like heinous crimes had taken place there even, but none of the houses have ever been more memorable than a single house I was contracted to paint that was truly in the middle of Nowhereville, USA. You see, about 40 minutes away from where I lived at the time was this beautiful estate on many acres of land. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I do know it was a really big house with 3 stories and very old. The man who bought the house was an investor of some kind from Florida and wanted to buy a house in this area for some reason. I didn't really care about any of that though. The guy was paying me well, and a job is a job. My crew for this job was myself, my brother, and his wife. Since the house was so big, it was easily going to take several days on end to paint the entire interior. The guy didn't live here, and the house was empty, so that made it a bit easier. He was putting in some new flooring in a couple of weeks, so I wasn't worried about covering the floors either. It just made the job that much more simple. We started on Monday, and we were hoping to be finished by the end of the week. Since nobody was at this house, I was even planning on staying there a few late nights to get in some extra work. Monday was a little bit slow, but we did put in some decent hours. Tuesday, we really picked up some steam and got a lot of work done. My brother and his wife left at around 5:30 p.m., but I decided to stay behind and finish up one of the rooms we'd been working on. Well, those few hours I'd planned on staying turned into about 5 more, which was a major mistake. My back started to hurt so badly. I was feeling incredibly stiff too. It was closing in on 11 p.m., and I still needed to drive home. I also had to shower, eat, and get ready to be back there around 9 in the morning. I started cleaning myself up a bit and getting organized for the next day before I left. While I was gathering up some brushes and tape, I thought I heard the sound of whispering coming from one of the other rooms in the house. This house was objectively freaky. I mean, it was a giant mansion in the middle of nowhere with no furniture. It looked like a recipe from a horror movie. I'm not gonna lie, I almost expected a ghost or something to jump out. After a quick and not very thorough investigation, though, I chalked up all that whispering to just my mind. Or perhaps the wind or the house settling in. The house was old after all, so having a draft causing a creepy wind sound did not seem impossible. The next day came and I was feeling quite sore from the night before. Still though, I needed to get a good jump on the day ahead. I told my brother and his wife about the creepy whispers though. They were actually pretty freaked out. She's all about ghosts and creepy things, so she was having a real field day with this story. That evening, they decided to stay late with me and knock out a bunch more painting. I think really though, they wanted to potentially hear this spooky ghost. Either way, I was quite happy for the help. A little bit after 9, I heard a loud scream come from upstairs. It was my brother's wife, and it sounded like one of those life or death type screams. I remember having the thought running upstairs that maybe she was playing some sort of joke on us, but the scream sounded too real, and I didn't want to risk it. When we finally made our way to the room at the end of the hall, she was laying on the fetal position on the ground by the window she had been painting. She had a stand-up light that had been knocked over next to her, and some of the paint had been spilled across the ground too. At first, she was inconsolable. My brother was trying to ask her what happened, but she couldn't get any words out. I was more freaked out than I'd ever been in my entire life. I didn't have a clue what was happening, and I actually started to wonder if she'd actually seen a ghost, as implausible as that may seem. She finally started to speak though, and with fear in her trembling voice, she said, "I was painting around the windowsill. I saw the closet door behind me start to open. When I turned around, 2 people ran out of the closet down the hall somewhere." That was scarier to me than any ghost story. The idea of ghosts is quite silly when you think about it. You can just brush that off. But 2 people hiding in the closet? Well, that freaked me out much more than a hypothetical apparition. We grabbed our phones and went to the car, where we barely had any service. We did have just enough to call the police though, and the homeowner. Even though the house was out in the middle of nowhere, the police showed up relatively quickly, at least for the location. They searched the home, and we were horrified when they escorted not 2, but 3 people out of the house. 2 women and a man. The look in their eyes as they were being apprehended is still burned into my memory. They had these sort of dead but furious eyes, staring daggers at me in particular. Apparently, these people had been squatting there for months even before the house had been purchased. They'd somehow avoided being seen or found during that entire time. It makes my skin crawl, thinking I was alone in that house with them, and I had no idea they were even there. I don't know if they intended on hurting us, but all 3 of them had weapons on them. I'm happy I didn't have to find out. I'm not sure exactly what happened to them after they were arrested. All I know is that this job made me feel off from the very beginning, and apparently my gut feeling was correct. I'll never forget the sound of my brother's wife screaming out of my head. That's the kind of sound I hope to never hear again. Going through a hard breakup can make you do some things you're not proud of. For a lot of people, that means going out and meeting someone to rebound with, which is never a good thing. For some people, you can even meet a rebound without even realizing it, and that's what happened to me. About a year ago, I had been with my ex for 6 years. When we finally broke up, it really hit me hard. And I was struggling for a while. We'd bought a house together even, but she kept the house in the end. I honestly didn't want to stay there. It just depressed me being there. And so, with my now limited funds, I found myself a cheap place to rent. I wanted to lay low and get back on my feet, afford a nicer spot eventually. I literally let her keep everything when we broke up, so I didn't really have anything to my name. I found a month-to-month place to rent on the marketplace, and that's when I realized there was a ton of stuff on there to actually buy too. I bought a couch, a recliner, a TV, anything you could really think of. I felt like the king of saving money. The one thing I didn't have though was some tables and chairs, which made it sort of hard to have people over, either to play games or even just eat food together. I found this girl, who we'll call Leia, who was selling a table and a set of chairs. They looked very nice and in great shape, so I messaged her. Long story short, I went and took a look at the merchandise. They were just as advertised. While I was there loading up the chairs in my truck, I started talking with her. Turns out she'd also just gone through a horrible breakup, and she was unloading a bunch of stuff. Well, our small talk turned into 2 hours of laughing and joking in her driveway. We ended up exchanging numbers and set up a little date to go out and grab a drink that weekend. I was real excited about this, since I felt I had a sort of connection with her. The date went well too. We went back to her place after the bar that night, which led on to several more dates. Before I knew it, I was seeing this girl on a regular basis. About a month later though, I started to notice that some weird things were happening. I would go to the bathroom and my phone would be in a different place, or my computer screen, which had been idle, was now turned on. I figured she was trying to snoop on me or something, which, in all honesty, I had nothing to hide anyway. So I really didn't push the matter. I just sorta shrugged it off. I figured she would realize I wasn't hiding anything, and she would eventually stop going through my stuff. One night, we started hanging out after we both got home from work, and I could tell she was really upset. I asked her what was going on, and she told me she had seen I had been texting my ex. She was worried I was going to go back to her. For context here, I had texted my ex recently asking if she'd received my doctor's bill in the mail, since I hadn't received it at my current address yet. She responded by saying she'd let me know if it ever showed up, and that was the end of the conversation. I wasn't mad yet. I understand some people have severe trust issues, and how that can be really tough. I explained it well to her what happened, and told her that I wasn't mad, but she should always talk to me about this stuff. The rest of the night was pretty fine. Next Saturday, she stayed over at my place. We fell asleep at about midnight, but I woke up a little bit after 3 in the morning because of a strange feeling. When I looked up, she was standing on my bed over me, literally standing on the bed, holding one of my golf clubs above her head with both hands. I instantly put both my hands up to block and slid to an upright position. I asked her what was going on and if she was all right. She was practically sobbing, and I could barely understand her. When she was able to finally get the words out, she told me this: "I know you're hiding something. Where is it?" I truly had no idea what she was talking about. I slid on the bed backward while she was still sobbing. Thankfully, she caught me just a second too late. She swung the club down and missed me by just half an inch. I ran out into the living room and couldn't believe my eyes. She'd completely torn apart my home. I mean, she ripped up all the pillows, knocked over the bookshelves, even went through all the cabinets in the kitchen. My computer was open, and I could see hundreds of tabs open. I started to get a bit livid. She had ruined all my stuff. She came out of the bedroom, no longer holding the golf club, She was bawling, begging me to forgive her, claiming she hadn't meant to destroy everything. Then, like the flip of a switch though, the tears and sobbing turned into anger. "I'm just so hurt about Nicole." I'm sure I looked quite confused, since I had no idea who this Nicole could be, or who she was talking about. I tried to start defending myself, but she started shouting she knew all about Nicole. She'd seen everything. With no notice, she charged at me and pulled a knife out from her waistband. Thankfully, I'm much bigger than her, so I was able to hold her back until I could reach the door. Once I got to it, I ran out as fast as I could to the local corner store. It was open 24 hours a day. I burst through the front doors and told them to call the police right now. Thank God they did, and the police showed up pretty quickly. I explained to them everything, and this whole ordeal ended up being an even bigger nightmare. Turns out that Leia was unfortunately not very well in the head. I'm sure that's quite obvious now. I'm not exactly sure what she ended up being diagnosed with, but I was actually kind of sad for her. In the moments where she was actually sane, she was such a sweet girl. I hope she ended up getting the help she needed. I still think about that night quite a lot. The memory of her standing over me as I woke up with a golf club was something I'll never forget. Ever since I bought that table from her, I haven't used the Facebook Marketplace, and I honestly don't think I ever will again. After graduating from college, I recently moved to a new town, and I'm still trying to get settled in. I got a job at this local market, basically unloading trucks. The pay is pretty decent, and it's really just a placeholder job until I can get a better one in my field. More than anything, I like the scenery of the surrounding area of my job. The building is located right on the side of a lake, so when you're outside loading trucks, you get to stare at a very beautiful sight. When I moved here, I really didn't take much with me. It's only a small studio apartment anyway. I've recently started picking things up every week though, to make my little apartment feel more like a home. The one thing I don't have, and I'd severely underestimated the price for, was a stand for my TV. You see, I have this 60-inch TV that's just kinda sitting on the ground. It looks sorta ridiculous, and kind of unsafe maybe. My friend from work told me to check out the Facebook Marketplace, and I gotta be honest, I was a bit on the fence. I remember growing up and everyone talking about how sketchy places like Craigslist really were. I just assumed the Marketplace was the new version of that. The friend who told me about the Marketplace showed me a whole bunch of pictures on his phone of stuff that he'd bought from there. He got all of it for real cheap too. Basically, he got an entire living room set in perfect condition for only $100. He explained to me that a lot of people were always looking to get rid of old stuff. Sometimes they'd practically give it away for next to nothing. We searched for TV stands together, and I was excited to see all the different kinds on the Marketplace for way cheaper than I was expecting. The first one I clicked on I loved. The stand was specifically for a 60-inch TV like mine. The woman listing it said she needed to get rid of it right away because she was moving at the end of the month. She was only asking for $25 for this beautiful, exquisite wooden stand. I understand for many this may be a red flag, but because I was listening to so many people telling me how good the deals were on here, I just assumed this was completely normal. I didn't even bother looking at this woman's profile or any information. I only grabbed the contact information in the post and messaged her right away. I got a response back within minutes, and we exchanged some more messages, talking about the stand. I told her I really wanted it. And this is where things started to get a little bit weird. Our schedules didn't exactly line up, and she told me she only had a few more days to get rid of this thing. I told her I worked Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 3 p.m., but she worked 2 p.m. to midnight. I wasn't going to drive 30 minutes away at midnight when I had to wake up 4:30 in the morning the next day for work. She then suggested to me that she could meet me at the lake by my job at 5 a.m. just before I was due to start work. Not far away from my working area was a parking lot where you could park for a while if you wanted to. You could walk the various trails along the lake too. We agreed to meet up there at 5 the next day, and I would purchase the stand. I'll be honest, I felt a little bit bad about making her do this when I wouldn't make the late night trip to go see her. She claimed that she didn't mind though, and she was willing to do whatever she needed to do to get rid of this stand. I was just happy to finally get my TV off the ground. The next morning was one of those damp and foggy mornings. If it wasn't for the fact I was getting my TV stand, I probably would have hit the snooze button 2 or 3 times. I pulled into the parking lot of the lake just a few minutes before the arranged meeting time. I parked right in the center of the big lot and pulled out my phone. I sent her a message saying that I was there and to message me whenever she got there. No need to hurry though. A few minutes later, I got a message from her. It said something like, "Sorry, I'm just seeing this. I'm actually here already. I'm in the van parked right by the big tree in the corner." I looked around, and sure enough, in the very back corner of the lot was a van. It was so dark at this time that I hadn't even noticed it was there when I pulled in. I started to drive over, and as my headlights were illuminating this van, I realized there was nobody inside. I stopped my car, still quite a bit of distance away, and messaged her again. "Hey, there's no one in that van. Are you sure this is you?" She responded right away. "Yeah, I'm just in the back getting ready. Pull up next to the van and open the back hatch and I'll get it for you." Something felt very wrong and off about all of this. I slowly pulled up next to the van, but I did not get out. I kept my doors locked and my car running. Instantly, she messaged me again. "Are you going to get out or what?" I didn't respond. I started to reverse, so my taillights were hitting the windshield of the van. I clearly noticed that no one was inside, and no lights were on at all either. I couldn't understand why someone wouldn't just get out instead of trying to do all this. Instead of sticking around to figure it all out, I decided to simply drive away. I looked into my rearview mirror, only to see that behind the tree next to the van, 2 people were emerging. They were holding something in their hands, but I couldn't tell what it was since it was so dark. I didn't drive back to work just yet. I drove down to a local gas station to get some coffee. I was shaking because of the gravity of what just happened. It really started to set in while I was sitting in my car in the gas station parking lot. I got a message from that woman again. "Good call, bro." I tried to inform the police, but I saw the listing was now gone, and so was that profile. They did take all my information, so I'm not sure if there's a way they can find the seller otherwise. I was terrified for days after, and I'm still pretty freaked out. I swear I thought I saw that van following me a week ago, but I'm sure it was just my paranoia. I realize I'm lucky to have made it out unharmed at all. It did make me also realize just how quickly something horrible can happen if you're not paying attention. Be careful meeting anyone online, because there are some truly evil people out there. When I was 16, I got a weird feeling and opened my blinds late one night with the lights off. Needless to say, I was quite startled to find someone's face pressed right up against my window. This was deep in the suburbs, where we had only one streetlight in our cul-de-sac. It was pitch black outside, so I couldn't make out anything beside this face. I couldn't bring myself to move or say anything. It was just this pale face pressed right into the glass staring in. It's almost like he hadn't really been looking at anything at all until I opened my blinds. My heart stopped in my chest. I tried to scream, but nothing would come out of my throat. I couldn't even tell if we were making eye contact. That's how dark it was. As my eyes fully adjusted to the darkness though, I could finally make out more of this face. I felt needles throughout my veins as a kind of pain that's hard to describe washed over me. The man's eyes were bug-eyed wide, and he grinned as though he could sense my fear through the window. I could see the whites of his eyes just 2 feet away from mine. His teeth were extremely rotten. He must have been on drugs or something, because his expression was absolutely insane. He was not blinking or moving at all, just locking his eyes with mine and following them wherever they looked. It was sickening. I bolted out of my room to wake my parents. I took one look back. The man was still there, grinning and wide-eyed. We called the cops right away and huddled in the kitchen with knives in the pitch-black darkness. We heard nothing but silence. The silence was the worst part. I wished I could have heard anything else, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. Even the sound of this predator smashing through the window would have been less terrifying than this eerie silence. The cops came within only 10 minutes, although it felt like an hour in the moment. The cops did a thorough search, and they found an obvious face print on my window. To my surprise, though, there were other face prints on all the other windows surrounding my house. My parents' room, our kitchen, who knows how long he'd been out there staring inside. I don't think they ever caught him in the end. There was a small patch of woods behind our backyard. The cops suggested that he'd probably come through there and that we should think about putting up a fence in the future. I've never opened the blinds at night since then, even after moving away years later and living in a condo on the 20th floor. My wife and I had just purchased our first home and had our first child as well. The house was still being built by the builders, so we would drive past every so often just to look and see how the house was coming along. We started visiting the house at night as well, only to notice that at some point there was a car parked out front of our house. It was quite strange, but we figured it was just one of the workers, perhaps leaving their car overnight. Sometimes the car would be there, and sometimes it wouldn't be. We didn't really think that much of it. Fast forward a few months though, and our house was now fully built. The house was empty, and we were slowly moving everything in during the first week. As for the mysterious car, it started showing up late at night again, but not parking directly in front of the house anymore. It would always park about 50 feet away at a nearby park. Now keep in mind, we were the only house on the block currently, as this was a brand new development. We were literally the first house that had been built. So there we were, just this lonesome house in the middle of the desert, a few blocks away from the nearest neighborhood. My wife demanded that we buy a security system, and so I did. She spent many nights alone, since I had to work the graveyard shift. It was my day off, so I spent it organizing stuff from the moving boxes and hanging out with my 6-month-old son. My wife was at work, and I realized there were no diapers. I called my mother-in-law and asked if she could swing by today to drop some off. I told her I'd leave the front door unlocked because I'd be taking a nap with my son. A few hours later, my son was fast asleep on the bed, and I decided to go and cuddle up with him. I laid down next to him when I heard the door chime of my security alarm for the front door. I knew it was my mother-in-law though, and I really didn't feel like talking to her. I figured I would just lay there and pretend to be asleep. I had to hope she wouldn't come upstairs. I heard her footsteps though coming up the bottom of the stairs, moving very slowly. I thought that was quite weird, but I figured she must know we were sleeping and didn't want to wake us up. My back was facing the door to my bedroom. I heard the door open as I continued to pretend to be asleep. I stayed still, and I heard a quick breath of air, as if she was startled to see us sleeping together. No other noise was made. I assumed the person must have just been standing there. I thought to myself, okay, you can go away now. It took a full minute or two though before I heard her slowly tiptoeing out of my room, back downstairs, and then out the front door. As soon as I heard the door chime, I popped out of bed and walked downstairs to grab the diapers, only to find they weren't there. I thought to myself, what the hell? She showed up and didn't even leave them. I ran over to the front window, and she was already gone. During this whole event, my phone had been off and charging, so I finally turned it on to see that I had a new voicemail. It was from my mother-in-law. "Sorry, honey, I can't come over today and bring those diapers. I got caught up in some other plans, so have a nice nap." I recently acquired a new roommate. His name was Greg, and he told me he had some strange sleeping behaviors. He would sleepwalk apparently, and had night terrors fairly frequently. Funny thing was, I also had a history of sleepwalking, but only on rare occasions. The first incident occurred about 1 week later, when I heard him screaming in the middle of the night. Since we slept on different sides of the house, the screams sounded distant. They were enough to scare me though, so I ran and checked on him. As I got closer to his bedroom, he stopped screaming, so I just decided to go back to bed instead. For the entire next month, he had no issues. I noticed that he seemed to have no friends or family that would visit him though, and I never saw him on the phone or texting. Another random night, Greg started screaming. Same thing. I got up and started to go to his room, but he would stop before I could get there. One night though, I was awoken by screaming in my bedroom. I couldn't see anything in the panic, so I turned on the bedside lamp. He was at the foot of my bed, wearing pajamas. It scared the hell out of me, so I started screaming too. That woke him up, and he apologized. Apparently, he had been sleepwalking. He went back to bed soon after. The scariest thing happened about 2 nights later though. I woke up to some clanking. It sounded like tools or hammers tapping. I turned on the light to see Greg kneeling down in a corner, working on something with his hands. A few seconds after turning the light on, Greg froze in place, then slowly turned his upper body around and stared blankly at me. I lay there in bed beyond creeped out. I slowly slid out and left the house. After sleeping in my truck down the road in an empty church parking lot, I returned home at around 8 in the morning. Greg was nowhere to be found. All of his belongings were gone too. There were no signs of him anywhere. It was like he'd never lived there at all. I didn't know any of his friends or family, so I had no one to call and ask about him. When I moved out after the lease was up, I was moving furniture out of my bedroom in the corner of the room, where I'd last saw Greg kneeling down that night. I realized the floor vent for the air conditioning was loose. Inside the floor vent, I could barely see an envelope. I pulled it out, only to find tons of pictures of me sleeping. The pictures all had handwritten dates and times on the back of them. The only other item was a whittled down wooden broom handle, brought to a full point. I truly believed that Greg had been preparing to kill me that night. It appeared that Greg had been coming to my room almost nightly and working on making that broom handle a stabbing weapon. I never heard until the last night I saw him. I work the PM shift and get done around midnight or so. I was walking into the grocery store when a man from across the parking lot started catcalling me. I can deal with this much. As a woman, I'm pretty much used to it. He started walking quickly toward me though, and I started to get a little bit nervous. It's midnight, it's dark, I'm on edge. He started commenting on my hair, which was dyed green at the time, saying he liked my scrubs from work and asking if I had a boyfriend. I simply blew him off and rushed into the store. I came out about 20 minutes later, only to see he was still there, standing about 20 feet away from my car. As I approached, he started up with the same stuff again. I was trying to laugh it off, even though I'm pretty sure he was trying to murder me or something at this point. I finally got to my car door and was putting everything inside when he said this. "Hey Lee!" I slowly turned around as he walked up to me and said in a very sinister voice, "Yeah, I know you." I asked him how he knew my name. "Oh, don't worry about it. You're gonna know me much better." I was frozen and about to push the panic button on my car alarm when his mood suddenly turned from crazy serial killer to goofy best friend. He patted me on the arm and said, "Don't worry too much. You're good people." He then asked me if I had any cocaine, which obviously I did not. He scoffed and jumped into a car nearby, then drove away very quickly. Needless to say, I was very confused and alarmed for the rest of the night. During the summer when I was 17, I was waiting for a friend to come over to my house while my family was out of the country. We planned on playing video games all night long. I live in a small city of 7,000 people in France near Paris, and the houses are few and far away from each other. I also live in front of a small park that gets very dark and scary at night. There's no one around if you're in trouble. Around 11 p.m. or so, my friend called me up on the phone and told me to open the door for them. There was apparently somebody following them. We don't usually have any problems with violence in our neighborhood, but some young kids do sometimes try to steal your stuff when you're alone in the street. I ran downstairs to open the door and looked outside to see my friend swiftly walking up my driveway and closing the gate behind him. I opened the door and he rushed inside, telling him someone had been following him the entire time and telling him they were going to kill him. I watched outside for 20 to 30 seconds, but nothing happened. Suddenly though, just as I was about to turn around and forget about it, the motion light turned on. I saw a huge man running into my driveway and closing the gate behind him. I looked at the house door, just waiting for that guy to try and open it. Exactly 2 seconds later, the man hit the door with force as hard as he could. He started yelling through it that my friend was going to die. He demanded he open the door. He kept on slamming against it again and again with his full body. We ran upstairs and locked 2 different doors behind us before locking ourselves in another room, where I then called the cops. I told them to hurry as the man was actively trying to get inside. My friend and I were terrified, especially because we didn't know this guy at all. For a full 5 minutes, the stranger kept pounding on my door and trying to break it down. All of a sudden, though, there was total silence. I couldn't see what was happening from the area we were in, and I was too scared to go look outside. The only thing I could see were the motion lights turning off and on all around the house for 10 minutes after that. Everything was silent and dark. I was sure the guy was skulking about outside. I immediately thought he must have managed to get inside the house, either by breaking a window or something else. The police took 40 minutes to arrive. 40 minutes of pure terror. We were so relieved when we saw the blue lights stop in front of my driveway. The creepier thing, though, was still yet to come. There were 5 policemen in total, and I yelled out from my window that I didn't know where the guy was anymore. He might still be in the house, so they had to be careful. 3 of them went to check the backyard, while the other 2 were investigating the front area. 5 minutes later, the 3 guys that went to the back opened the front door from the inside and told us to stay locked in that room because there was a broken window. The guy probably was inside the house still. It took them another 10 minutes to find him. He was hiding in the bathroom upstairs in the closet. They arrested him after a brief fight. The man claimed he didn't know where he was or why he was there, and he was hiding in the closet because he was so scared. I didn't sleep for weeks after. and that person will forever haunt my slumbering moments. A few years ago, my wife and I went to a haunted corn maze a couple of days before Halloween. We had been drinking a little bit, so we managed to get lost as hell inside. We had wandered around for about 20 minutes or so when this weird-looking guy started to follow us around. We made a turn and ended up at a dead end. When we turned around to find a different way, the guy was right there blocking the exit. Extremely calmly, he looked both of us over and said, "You know, some psycho could come in here and kill people. Everyone would just think it was part of the show." It scared the shit out of us. I have no idea if this guy worked for the maze or what, but we got the hell out of there. We just cheated and started running through the walls of the maze. We never saw the guy again after, so we didn't get any closure on the matter either. I pride myself on my car trip taking patience. I never rush, I take frequent breaks, and I try to generally enjoy the trip as much as possible. Sometimes this can lead to me staying overnight in random hotels. I was in Connecticut. My friend's wedding had come and gone, and I needed to get home. I really didn't know my friend's family all that well, so I didn't feel comfortable staying behind with them. I was getting very tired, and my eyes were starting to close on their own. I began driving off the road even. As I was not really anywhere near home, I figured I'd stop at the first hotel I could find. My GPS guided me to a Best Western, but it was all booked up for a biker gang weekend, I guess. The next hotel I found was off the beaten path. At this point, it was quite late, and I was so tired I didn't even care. I checked in, and they handed me a key made out of real metal, a real old-fashioned looking key. That's the kind of place this seemed to be. I found my room, unlocked it, walked in, and relocked the door, only to find there was no deadbolt or safety chain. Then, in a quick text to my wife, I let her know I wasn't going to be home until tomorrow afternoon. I was so tired I walked over to the bed and crashed entirely. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, though, I woke up, not really sure why I'd done so. I soon found, though, that I could not get back to sleep. Everything seemed to be too quiet. Usually, I sleep at home with a box fan for white noise, but here there was nothing. No air conditioner, no hum of the refrigerator, no neon lights to buzz noisily outside my window. The night was completely still. What was extra weird is that I didn't even hear footsteps or any cars or anything. You would think that it being so quiet, I would have heard something beforehand, but all of a sudden, I heard the sound of a key rattling in the lock of my door. It seemed to take an extraordinary amount of time, so long that I clearly remember thinking someone must have the wrong room. I was building up the courage to shout that exact thing when the key clicked. For 3 seconds or so, which seemed like an eternity, nothing happened. Then the doorknob slowly turned. I'm not sure if the moon was super bright that night or if I'd been tossing and turning so long that the sun had just started to come up, but there was enough light that I could see the outline of a person. He was tall, maybe 6 feet or so, wearing a hat. It was a baseball cap covering his face. Whoever it was had long hair down to their shoulders. They were thin, but not exactly skinny. They must have had a quilted vest on or something too, because they seemed kind of knobby around the shoulder area. I must have gone over the next 30 seconds a trillion times in my head. I got up to run over to the door and shout and raise a scene. I was going to be brave and scare this person off, at least turn on a light and let them know they couldn't be here. I was going to be courageous in the face of this unexpected intruder. In reality, though, I just lie there holding my breath and didn't move a muscle. My eyes felt like they would fall out of my head because I had them open so wide. desperately trying to make sense of this situation, to have some detail come into focus that would right this obviously wrong scene. There was an eerie silence as nothing happened. The figure just stood in the doorway. I knew my eyes must be playing tricks on me, but it almost seemed like his fingers started growing. The person wasn't moving. They were just standing there with their arms by their side, like they were posing for a magazine or something. We were locked in this stalemate for I'm not sure how long. In situations like this, it really hammers home that time is a construct of human invention. There's no exact measurement, really. Almost a lifetime passed by when finally the figure cleared their throat. They turned around and walked away, leaving my door wide open. I waited there, sitting and waiting for my heart to calm down and trying to convince myself this was all a dream. Eventually, I climbed out of bed, convinced a noise was going to alert the figure that I was here. I grabbed my bag and crept out to my car. I drove away as fast as I possibly could. Later, I got a bill from the hotel for $20 to replace the key that I drove away with. When I was just out of high school, I didn't have a car. The concept of public transportation around here is about as foreign as letting strangers in off the street into your house and offering them a 5-course dinner. So I walked everywhere and everywhere that was within 15 miles. I was working at a fast food restaurant that was about a 45-minute walk away from my house, usually working 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. I personally loved that shift. It was usually quiet when I got out of work, and I could just walk in silence and think to myself, relax and listen to all the sounds of the night. That all changed, though, after I met this person. I was walking home like normal, my uniform shirt thrown over my shoulder, enjoying the feeling of the breeze, when I saw someone across the street, about 300 yards in front of me. All I could really see, though, was their silhouette against the front porch light of a house down the road. There were not exactly many street lights on these back roads in this county, so it was usually very dark. Something about this guy just seemed to be really off, though. I thought I could see him holding something, perhaps a knife, but then again, it was dark, and my mind was trying to scare me. I cautiously continued forward, reaching into my pocket and gripping my pocket knife as I approached this silhouette. I could sort of see his slightly darker shape against the black pine trees behind him. I knew for sure now I could see a knife in his hand. At this moment, my mind clicked as well that he wasn't walking like a normal person. He was kind of walking crouched down. I wasn't sure what to do. He was right between me and my house. The back roads don't connect to each other either. I know homeless people live in the woods around here, and some of them are okay, some of them aren't. My brain was screaming at me to do something, but I'm not sure what exactly I could do. I stood there and watched as he approached closer and got within probably 100 feet of me. Now I could hear he seemed to be saying something. I couldn't quite make out what it was, but I could hear him making some noise. I could also see he was swinging something in his other hand. Again, though, it was dark and hard to make out exactly what was going on. I backed off the road a bit and put the drainage ditch in between us. I never took my eyes off the man as he continued to approach me. I could see that he did indeed have a rather large knife, and the other object he appeared to be swinging around was a dead cat. The warning lights were going off in my head now, but I still didn't know what to do. I was just hoping a car would drive by. He eventually was right across the street from me and stopped in place. I could hear him much better now. It almost sounded like he was chanting or reciting some verse over and over again. He turned his full body to face me and roared at me at the top of his lungs. I booked it towards my house, looking over my shoulder at every turn. He was always right behind me. I ran faster than I think I ever have in my entire life, and he kept with me pace for pace, swinging his knife and that dead cat every step of the way. I was not about to lead him to my house, though. My mom and sister were both home, and my dad was out of town for work. I ran as fast as I could, passing the road I lived on. I went for as long as I could, but I could feel the burn and the pain, that wobble that forecasts your knees giving out. I turned and looked back over my shoulder. He was still there, but now much further away. I tried to make it to a friend's house that I knew was home, and most likely still awake. About 50 feet away from his fence, though, I felt a pop and a grinding. There was an intense pain in my knee as my knees went out and I fell forward. Grasping my knees and trying to curl into a ball, the pain was intense. I hit the ground with my shoulder and rolled. I remembered why I was running, and I looked behind me. The man was nowhere to be seen. I crawled desperately toward my friend's fence, getting back on my feet eventually and running the rest of the way. I jumped over his fence before collapsing on the other side against it. I landed on my leg, shouting in pain, and crawled across the rest of his yard. I started beating on the bottom of the door before my friend came and opened it. I saw his very irritated father coming down the stairs. They both stopped short, though, when they noticed how badly I looked. I explained what happened, and they both looked at me like I was speaking in tongues. I had to go through it all twice before my friend agreed to drive me home. I was watching the entire way, but I never saw that man along the road. We got home, and my friend waited till I was inside before he left. I changed my clothes, got in the shower, and stayed there until the water went cold, trying to wrap my head around everything. I eventually calmed down and finally laid down to go to sleep. Around 5 a.m. though, something knocked on my window. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. Then it happened again though, so I got out of bed to go look at what was happening. The man was standing right outside my window, smiling at me. I shouted and woke everyone else up in the house. I called the police, but they didn't show up for a half hour, by which time he was already long gone. I couldn't sleep for a month after. I stopped walking home from work, and I started carrying more than just a pocket knife on me if I ever had to walk alone outside after dark. I still have some trouble sleeping at night. I've never seen the man again, but I swear sometimes at night when I'm standing outside, I can almost feel someone watching me. I remember back when I was in university, I liked to watch zombie movies a lot back then. Late one night, at about 3 a.m. after finishing a watching session, I went to get something to drink from the kitchen. As I happened to look outside the window, I noticed there was a person standing in the middle of the road at the end of my street. They were far enough away that I couldn't really make out anything about them. They were just a sort of shadowy figure. I watched them for about 15 minutes. They didn't really move other than some idle swaying back and forth. I decided it must not be that big a deal. My imagination was getting the best of me. I decided to go watch another movie. After that movie, I went to the kitchen window again, and sure enough, the figure was still there. This time, though, a car drove by while I was watching, and I watched as the figure began to run after it, then stopped after whoever it was had already driven away. I went to sleep, but whoever that was outside was gone when I woke up. It really creeped me out though, enough that I still remember that weird zombie man 10 years later. When I was about 11 or 12, I rode the school bus with this tall, skinny boy that lived down the street. He was my age and known in the neighborhood as being a very odd kid. On the bus and in school, he would just stare at me with these cold and unblinking wild eyes that sank deep into his face. One night, alone in my bedroom, I took off my school clothes and changed into my pajamas. I stood there in front of my mirror, buttoning up my top, when I suddenly got the feeling I was being watched. As I looked over, I saw his hungry, wild eyes in the corner of my mirror. I froze, realizing he had been standing outside my bedroom window in the pitch-black night, watching me undress. When I turned around to face my window, he was just standing right there, staring in at me with no expression on his face. It was just this emotionless void of life, except for his terrifying eyes. I screamed as loud as I could, and he ran away into the night. We continued to go to school together for the next 2 years, but he never stopped staring at me. The image haunts me still, as well as the notion that that night he'd walked over to my house for over 3 miles in 20-degree weather in the pitch-black night just to spy on me. I almost wonder how many times he continued to do that over the years. My husband and I were on a road trip, coming back from Louisiana from Iowa. We would drive in 4-hour shifts while the other person slept in the back. It was about 2 a.m. or so, and he woke me up to start my shift. I looked around and didn't see any other cars in sight, or even a street light or single building. He told me he had taken an alternate route that he thought would be faster. Eventually, we came across a small local gas station with a single light on it. It appeared to be closed, and our car was the only one present. We pulled over, and I was getting ready to open the door so we could switch places. My husband stopped me, though, and told me to hold on for a moment. I looked up and saw that from behind the back of the gas station, a man wearing rags was shambling towards us. He was moving quickly, but not quite running. That only made the sight even scarier, though. I told my husband to hurry up and drive away. He was intrigued, though. He stared ahead as the man got closer and closer. I started freaking out and screaming for him to go until he finally did so. As he drove away, I looked behind us until the gas station disappeared. As far as I could see, the man continued to follow the car at that same odd pace he was walking until I could no longer see him at all. The sight of that man in the darkness still gives me chills whenever I think about it. I live in Tennessee, and every year we have a music festival called River Bend on the Tennessee River. The end of this festival is celebrated with one of the best fireworks shows in the world. It's hard to get into or even get close to the festival on the last day. It's like everyone in the southeast United States wants to come and see these fireworks. My best friend Tara and I wanted to find a good vantage point that would overlook the river and watch the fireworks together. We drove up to a ridge nearby and pulled off into a gravel parking lot where we found several other people with the same idea as us. Even though some trees were in the way, we noticed a trail that went down the ridge further. We walked about 40 yards down this trail when we came upon a clearing where we could see the river perfectly. We were talking and waiting for the fireworks to start when we started to hear this rustling noise from further down the trail. I thought I could make out the silhouette of a person moving between some trees down the ridge. Tara had a small keychain flashlight, which she took out and shined down the trail. We didn't see anything at that moment, but we kept hearing the rustling. Eventually, we chalked it up to just being a squirrel or wild animal. The fireworks soon started, and had been going on for about a minute or so, when I heard a stick break right next to me. We both turned around to look, but we couldn't see anything because it was so dark. Tara turned on her light again, only to find that there was a man standing there, literally 5 feet away from me. It was so dark in this area that we couldn't see him at all until the light was on him. It was just like a horror movie scene. We immediately got up and started heading back up the trail. The whole way the man was following us. He began to call out to us too. "Where are you going? What are your names? What are you two pretty little things doing out here all alone?" We ignored him and kept walking. Apparently that made him angry because he started threatening us to get back there or else nobody would ever hear our screams over the fireworks. "I have a knife. You don't even know my name. Nobody would ever catch me if I hurt you both." We started running and we got to the top of the hill where two kids were playing. I saw their dad standing further back. I called out to the kids that their dad wanted them so they would go closer to him and be safe from this creepy guy following us. I then walked a bit closer and asked the dad if it was okay if we stood with him, at least until the man was gone. He said of course, and thanked us for sending his kids in his direction. The man stood at the opening of the trail and watched us for a long time. He then finally disappeared back into the woods and out of sight. We figured he must have been watching us in the woods for at least 20 minutes before he approached. He waited until the noise of the fireworks began to approach us, to be sure he could cover the sounds of all his wrongdoings. When I was a teenager, my grandfather, who was my mom's dad, started suffering from dementia. He came to live at our house for a few years. It was a nice time being with him, but it was also sad watching him decline. The dementia went mostly as expected, strangely misplaced items and general confusion. But there was one really weird thing my grandfather did that really disturbed me and my mom. One day, he started talking about Connie. "Where did she go?" he asked. We thought he was talking about my deceased grandmother, but her name was Anne. No one in our family was named Connie, so we figured he was just confused. He kept on asking about this Connie, though. I started wondering if maybe Connie was some woman that had been in his life that none of us had ever known about. The weird stuff started happening shortly after. He would randomly have his shoes already tied by seemingly no one. He had long ago lost such motor skills to do so himself. And when asked about it, he would of course say that Connie had tied them for him. One day, he casually explained there would be a storm coming, and shortly after, it came. Again, he said that Connie had told him. There were lots of little things like this. Furniture and doors moving around, mysterious footsteps at night. Always he would say it was Connie. My mom and I started to think of this Connie as some sort of ghost, or perhaps an angel looking after him in his old age. That was until one day. He was talking about Connie again when he grabbed me suddenly and looked at me with his eyes wide and his lips trembling. He looked absolutely terrified. "Where's Connie?" he asked as usual. "She's not here," I said, which was my usual response. "Quick, shut the door. Don't let her find me before she gets me again." A creepy feeling came over me. Who was this Connie? I asked him for the millionth time, but he just put his hands over his face and started to rock back and forth moaning. After that, we heard less and less about this Connie. Mostly because we were too creeped out to keep asking about all the weird noises and random things he seemed to know. One night, though, I woke up to the sound of footsteps and scratching. The footsteps were fast, like someone was running around the house. I hesitated to leave my room, scared of what I would find. I saw a figure down the hall, turning around the corner. I almost stopped there and shut my bedroom door when I heard my grandfather moaning. I realized the figure was him. "Grandpa?" I asked. I went over to him. He was scratching frantically at something. "What's wrong?" I tapped him on the shoulder, and he turned around startled. On the table was a ripped-out page from a magazine, an ad of a woman who he had scribbled and penned all over her eyes. "Connie's eyes," he whispered. My mother and I had no real way of comforting my grandfather through these nightmares and terrors he was experiencing. The doctor said it was normal for him at this stage. We all kinda sensed that he had very little time left. When he died a few months later in the hospital, the nurses told us he'd called out Connie's name in his worst times. My mother and I don't really talk about it anymore. We just kinda figured it was all a symptom of his dementia. But sometimes I think I hear weird sounds in the middle of the night. Maybe that Connie is still sticking around with us for whatever reason. When I was little, my family had a weekend cottage in the mountains of Vermont. Back then, it was still to some extent the back country and quite unspoiled. Our cottage was surrounded by woods, and there was a gravel road that formed a horseshoe, where about 7 or 8 neighboring cottages were. Oftentimes, though, there was nobody in those cottages, so we were pretty much alone for miles. Needless to say, the nighttime was extremely dark. One summer night, we were all sitting around the orange shag carpeting and watching Star Trek or something along those lines, when someone began to knock softly on the screen door. It was a woman wearing a house dress, looking very sweaty and out of breath. I must have been around 7 years old and had a brother slightly older. My dad walked over and talked to her for a moment. She explained that she needed a lift down to the village. My dad, ever the good Samaritan, said, "Sure, no problem. Let me get my keys real quick." They both left in my dad's car, leaving my mom, my brother, and I still sitting there with the screen door open watching TV on this warm, pitch-black summer night. Meanwhile, my father was driving this woman down to the village. It was a good 30 minutes each way. He began to talk to the woman and pay closer attention to her. He noticed she was barefoot and her dress was all torn and muddy. She explained that her husband lived with her in a cabin in the woods and they'd had a huge fight. She had to flee through the woods since he was apparently trying to kill her. She had lost her shoes in the chase and had to run through brambles and branches in her panic to escape. Now, my dad was at least 30 minutes away from home, and now he knew that the first house this murderous guy would encounter as he chased his wife through the woods would be our cottage. The same one where we were all sitting around completely oblivious, with every door and window wide open. Cell phones hadn't even been dreamt of yet in this era, and he had no way to reach us. He drove the woman to a friend's house and urged her to call the police. Then he sped back to the cottage, wondering if he was going to be greeted by the sight of our massacred corpses. It was a different era, I guess, because it never occurred to anyone to call the cops just in case. I still remember him getting home and calmly trying to lock every door, sitting right by it and trying not to convey to us how scared he was. That's not even the creepiest part, though. A couple of days later, my brother and I were looking around outside when we noticed hand and face marks on the back window. It appeared a tall person had pressed their face against the glass to peer inside. We explored the woods over that summer and actually found the woman's lost shoes stuck in the mud. We also found their utterly trashed cabin. Someone had absolutely destroyed the place, breaking every glass and picture frame and tossing their belongings into the woods. That was one creepy place. Unfortunately, we later heard the woman my dad helped that night committed suicide. For years afterward, my dad and I would often walk the dog out on the gravel road, and at the turn of the horseshoe that was closest to these people's cabin, we always got a really bad feeling. They were of course long gone, but the hairs on the back of my neck would just stand up on end. I would always feel watched and terrified. I always assumed my dad a calm and rational guy if there ever was one. He didn't seem to feel scared at all. Years later, though, he confided in me that he also hated that spot. He felt very bad vibes there. Some kind of immense sense of foreboding, of the unfortunate events that once occurred there long ago. So I met an agent who showed us this building, and when I tried to verify the price with her, she said it was actually several $100s cheaper than it was supposed to be. That was quite strange. Every other place that we saw nearby had lines of people and tons of competition, but strangely, we were the only ones interested in this property. She immediately called us after we left and said we could have the apartment. We were ecstatic when we filled out all the forms. Later, she mentioned there was a building manager who lived there. He was friends with the owner, who was a very old woman. He was also very old, but we should give our rent checks to him and let him know if we needed anything. Living there started off fine. The apartment was a little weird, even had an electrical socket in the shower, which I didn't think was the best. I tried my best to cover it up and make it waterproof. The manager, though, was quite strange. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head exactly why he was strange, but I just knew there was something off about him. On any given day, he would nod in our direction if we saw him, but on other days we would hear him mumbling incoherently at people that weren't there. The few times we went to him with an actual problem, he would start yelling, almost in a different language. One day, we were startled by a loud banging on our door. We opened up, only to find it was him. I was terrified. I made my husband step out front as he screamed and raved about a note we'd left on a car that was blocking our garage door, which apparently was his car. He wasn't making any sense, but it was a terrifying sight to behold. He told us he would make us pay if we ever left a note on his car again. Here's where it gets real scary. I had been trying to avoid him as much as I could at this point. He seemed extremely unhinged. Somehow there was a look in his eyes that wasn't quite right. It was obvious he was very angry with us from then on. One night I woke up in the dead of night to a noise in our hallway. We had wood floors, and they creaked whenever someone walked on them. I could hear them creaking right now. My husband was dead asleep, and I had a history of being paranoid, so I just closed my eyes and tried to fall back asleep, telling myself it was nothing. That's when a feeling of absolute horror and fear seized me. It was unlike anything I've ever felt before. I still can't even describe it to this day, except to say I was completely terrified. I couldn't move at all. It was like I was paralyzed. I managed to open my eyes, even though a part of me didn't want to, only to find that man standing there right next to the bed, watching me. I laid there in complete panic, unable to move. The man looked almost like a shadow. He shifted his feet, and the floor creaked. His breathing was hard. I wanted to scream or do anything, but I didn't know what to do. Finally, I just closed my eyes, unable to even pray. I was so scared. The floor creaked again. I opened my eyes and the man was gone. I laid awake for the rest of the night. The horrible fear that pressed against me was now gone, and I was able to move again. Tears poured down my face. The rest of the night, all I could do was lay there and cry. The next morning, I looked at the front door to see the latch was still set. No one should have been able to open the door from inside and get in without breaking it. I tried to convince myself it was just a terrible dream, but I knew I was awake when that had happened. We moved shortly after that. When we went to give notice to the manager, though, he gave us a creepy smile and said, "Now that's a real shame. You've been such good tenants." He looked at me specifically. "Didn't you love it here?" This happened about 4 years ago. I live in a resort community and started working for a local real estate agent and taking photos of homes for sale. I usually photograph 3 or 4 homes a week, lakefront and sand shacks alike. I had seen unusual things like the occasional hidden room, or perhaps a unique art collection that had been left behind, but I'd never encountered anything scary. That is, until this event happened. It was a summer day, warm and bright. I knew the neighborhood I was heading to, and so I had no concerns about safety. The area was very suburban, with a large park and school nearby. I packed up my camera and drove 20 minutes to the home. Upon arrival, I began my session by taking pictures of the exterior. Nothing was out of the ordinary. After struggling to navigate the sharp slope that the home was on, I managed to snap pictures of all its sides and its rear deck. It was now time for the interior shots. I proceeded to the front door and entered the lockbox code. I tried to unlock the front door, but as I fumbled with it, I felt overwhelmingly uncomfortable. A strange feeling washed over me in that moment, and I felt like I shouldn't be there. I finally managed to get the door open and stumbled inside to find the house completely destroyed. The living room was a sea of debris. There was something lying in the middle of the room, with a charred doll beside it. Holes littered the walls. The light bulbs were all smashed. It was like a scene straight out of a horror movie. I observed all of this without taking a single step further. I immediately closed the door and walked back to my car as fast as I could. I called the agent and told her what I'd found. She would need to send someone else to take pictures of this house. When she asked me why specifically, as I tried to explain it to her, I realized I might sound a little crazy. How can you professionally describe the feeling of being scared shitless for no apparent reason, other than a disgustingly filthy house? She told me she had seen many homes that were less than welcoming, but we both had a job to do here, and she couldn't complete hers without me doing mine. I decided I really didn't feel like losing my job today. I called my father, who lived locally, and asked if he'd accompany me to the house. In all my days, I had never heard my dad scared of anything remotely spooky. He's a very no-nonsense kind of man, and simply wouldn't tolerate any talk of ghosts or monsters or anything of the like. Therefore, I thought he would be the perfect person to help me with this assignment. He'd be able to keep my head in the game, so to speak. I arranged to pick him up at his house in 30 minutes. My heart sank a little as I pulled up and saw my dad's truck was missing. My mom came running out, though, and told me my father had to leave for work reasons. She would go with me instead. She brought a flashlight and assured me it would be just fine. As we drove to the house, I described to her what I'd seen. I could tell she was slightly unnerved as well. We parked in front, and I could see she really didn't want to go inside. I didn't really want her to go in either. She came up with a solution, though. She'd call my cell phone and talk to me as I walked through the house. She'd stand right outside the front door as well. I headed back inside again. Immediately upon entering, I was scared. Just for clarification, I'm not an easily scared person. I'm not one to see or feel things of that nature whatsoever. It was later in the day by this time. The house was positioned in such a way that it was shaded from the sun. The electricity was obviously off, and it was dark, very dark. My mother was on the phone reminding me to breathe. As I walked in further, I saw the toilets were completely black on the inside. The kitchen had these red smears all over the counters and walls. Children's toys were mixed in with porn magazines lying on the floor. I kept clicking, taking pictures, trying not to focus on any of the weird things inside this house. I went as quickly as I could through the main level, then came to a set of stairs leading downward. I told my mother through the cell phone I was heading down. She continued to reassure me and told me to hurry up and get it over with. I began walking extremely cautiously down the steps, one at a time. The steps led to a small landing, then turned the corner, so all I could see was a white wall at the bottom. I had a certain feeling I was going to see something bad once I turned that corner. I was only 2 or 3 steps away from turning the landing when I heard a scream come from my phone. Not a mild scream either, but a blood-curdling kind, as if someone was being murdered on the other end. I've never ran as fast as I did sprinting back up those stairs. I completely expected to find my mom lying lifeless outside the house or something. When I got to the top of the stairs, though, she was standing there looking completely terrified and perplexed. I grabbed her and we went back to the car. We drove for about 5 minutes before one of us said anything. Then she turned to me and asked why I was screaming. I told her I'd thought it was her. Neither of us had apparently done it, but we both clearly heard a woman screaming for her life. We stopped at a grocery store parking lot and sat there trying to catch our breath. When I got home, I uploaded the pictures without actually looking at them and sent them to the real estate agent. I told her she would have to do the editing on her own. I deleted the email and every single image. Because of that, I don't know the exact address of the house, nor have I driven by it since. In hindsight, I would have liked to research the property a little bit more. I'll never know what happened there, or why I got the feelings I did that day. This happened in Antioch, California. It was around 2 a.m. or so, and I was at a friend's house, all safe and warm. We were having a lot to drink, chatting and enjoying ourselves, of course. When you're having a fun time, though, it's like the fast forward button, and those few moments turn into an entire hour. I'd had far too much to drink. That night, my friend had a bit of an abrupt bedtime, so I had to dodge out pretty early. Still intoxicated, I felt too shameful, thinking I'd be asking too much to stay at his house to sleep off my drunkenness. I suppose he was either too rude or too drunk to consider it himself. I'd need about an hour or so to sober up and drive back. As fast as time passed by during my stay, it decided to drastically slow down as soon as I stepped out of his house. It was a cold area, a concrete jungle, with the stem of the street breaking off into forks. Alongside the road my car was parked at, the only street light that worked was right in the middle. It was in the middle of the cul-de-sac circle, about 80 yards away. I stumbled towards my car and produced my keys. I lined the metal up and opened my door. I shifted into the back seat. This was a dark and unfamiliar neighborhood. I took some leftover newspapers and a sweater in my back seat to cover myself up. I was a little bit scared of resting in my car, actually. I wanted some camouflage for myself, not just to be some guy awkwardly sitting in his car waiting for time to pass to sober up. I couldn't manage to fall asleep, though. The uncomfortable feeling of the cheap back seat, plus being shrouded in darkness, didn't make slumber any easier. It felt kind of ominous, actually. Of course, my mind began to wander, and I thought of worst-case scenarios, like how the police might shine their lights in on me through the window, or a drunk driver might hit my car. In the distance, about 100 yards away or so, I could hear some footsteps approaching. The gravel scuffed with each step forward, growing in loudness as their proximity increased. Periodically, the person would just randomly stop. I wondered why. It clicked in my mind, though. Whoever this was probably looking into each car with the intent to steal something. I couldn't recall how many cars were on the block, but I counted 3 full stops until he was at my window. I froze there, listening to his breathing. There was no more than a foot between us. The car was the only thing encapsulating me as I lay hidden behind backseat clutter. I did my best to look like an object and be unnoticeable. I didn't want to move or check the window. I remained clutter. My body reacted by minimizing my breathing so much that I felt almost paralyzed. I dared not to look, my eyes fixated on the back of the passenger seat. I didn't blink. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe, really. My heart was pounding so hard, my entire body was shaking. The man continued to circle around my car. I could feel him touching the trunk as he carefully pressed down on it, as if to test the alarm, as if to test me. I was in the middle of a fight-or-flight reaction, and I couldn't do either without elevating the danger. I froze and hoped to God this guy was bluffing. He circled the car once more, and the door handle to my right began to jiggle. He seemed to be getting more and more agitated and stressed with each pull. I was convinced he was trying to make me move and reveal myself. My muscles were tensed up, like a cow before slaughter. I heard a tap at my window. A crowbar? A knife? A rock? A gun, perhaps? My eyes stayed fixated on the seat in front of me, never averting my gaze. I couldn't see anything. I could feel eyes resting atop me, though. My mind forced a visual into my head. I had already accepted death. Surely I was about to be shot or something, or maybe he'd break the window and stab me. I just prayed it would not be excruciating as I died. I imagined my friend waking up the next morning after a calm night of safe and sound sleep, only to discover my mutilated and defiled body hanging outside my car door or something. It was then, though, that all the sounds stopped. I could feel the person just staring at me in the middle of the night. Time froze before the footsteps began to be swallowed into the distance. It seemed he was walking away. I waited another hour until the sun came up, and then I jumped in my front seat and drove away wide-eyed and sober. This happened about 1 year ago. To be clear, I live with my mother, father, and 2 brothers. My dad is a truck driver, so he's gone pretty much constantly. My other brother was visiting his girlfriend in Peru when this all happened, so it was just me, one of my brothers, and my mom in the house. One particular night around 12 a.m. or so, I was heading to bed and decided to get a glass of water. I headed back downstairs while drinking the water and decided to look out the tiny window my door had. And that's when I noticed a shadow in the front yard. At first, I thought I was just seeing things, but I decided to keep looking. There was definitely someone out there. I wasn't sure exactly what to do, mainly because this person just seemed to be standing there, not doing anything at all. He wasn't trying to break in or peer in or anything like that. I stood there just watching him stand still for a good 20 minutes. In those 20 minutes, he didn't even move a single muscle. It was almost like he was a statue or something. All of a sudden, though, I noticed another man come out of nowhere. From what I could see, it seemed like they were talking to each other. About a minute or two goes by, and they both disappeared. They moved to the side of the house and jumped the fence to get into our backyard. I freaked out and woke up my mom and brother. I probably should have woken them up to begin with, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of nothing. We called the cops, but at this point in time, there were a couple of car accidents out, so they said it would take them 20 to 30 minutes to get there. We locked ourselves in my mom's room and waited, hoping they wouldn't come in. While waiting, we heard the garage door open. We started to hear things being thrown around in the garage. They were in there for 15 minutes. The cops finally showed up, though, and caught and arrested both of the men, who were apparently still there. It turns out they were both really strung out on drugs. I learned my lesson that night, though, to call the cops immediately if you see something suspicious. You never know what might really be happening. A while ago, during the NHL lockout, I was up at 3 a.m. in the morning, watching the World Juniors. That was when I noticed a van pulling into my cul-de-sac. It was very strange, because I didn't recognize this van. It certainly wasn't the van of any of my neighbors. The van stopped right in front of my house, and 3 people got out. 2 of the people went to my neighbor's house to the right, and the other came to mine. They were all dressed in black, and were moving pretty quickly. I was pretty much frozen when I heard footsteps approaching my door. Then nothing happened though. Literally nothing. The van drove away without anyone getting back in. I never saw the guy at my doorstep leaving out the windows either. It was snowing that night, so in the morning I had to go shovel my driveway. I could visibly see the man's steps going right up to my front door and then stopping right there. There were no tracks leaving though, nor were there any anywhere else. I don't exactly know what happened that night, but it was very strange. I was never much afraid of anything. I was an avid hiker, a championship swimmer, and even went skydiving once. I was never as terrified, though, as when someone decided to terrorize me in my own home. It was 2 years ago, and I'll never forget the first night it happened. It was a Sunday, and my parents had taken off to England that afternoon to visit my elderly grandmother. Since they'd be gone for a week and a half, and I had a new job I couldn't take time off of yet, I had to stay home and look after the house. I was just out of college a few months prior, and still living at home while I saved up for a place of my own. The property my parents lived on was fairly isolated. It had a long, winding driveway that extended about a half-mile from the road. Our nearest neighbor was probably 2 miles away. In the living room, the couch was right under this big bay window, and that's where I found myself on this particular evening. I was flipping through channels on my parents' 55-inch TV while sipping some wine and glancing at texts on my phone. It was a quiet night. I had one text from my boss Maggie. "Hey, can you be at work 8:30 tomorrow instead of 9? The answer was of course yes. I must have dozed off at some point though, because I woke up around midnight. I clicked off the TV and, too lazy to go upstairs to my bedroom, I turned back over to the couch and went back to sleep. I was woken up suddenly at 2 a.m. to a loud noise jolting me out of my sound sleep. It took about 15 seconds to process that someone was at the window directly above me, pounding on the glass repeatedly. My blood ran cold, and I felt my heart beat in my throat. The window was positioned in such a way that, while I was on the couch, someone looking in shouldn't even be able to see me unless I moved very visibly. I stayed completely still as the pounding continued. I was so terrified that I didn't even want to grab my phone. I didn't want whoever it was out there to see the light. After about 2 minutes of pounding on the glass, tears in my eye, the terror grew to an unimaginable level. That was when I heard a second person pounding on the front door. The front door was on the same wall as the bay window. It took everything in me not to scream, but at the same time, I don't think I could have if I tried to. The banging went on until about 4:15, when everything abruptly stopped. I had so much adrenaline running through my body, I couldn't bring myself to even look at my phone until daylight arrived. This was winter in northern Michigan, and this was private property. There was no reason anyone should have been outside in those freezing temperatures, pounding on my window and door for hours. Thankfully, my parents' garage is connected directly to our house. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have even gone to work out of fear. As I backed out of the garage, everything looked normal. It had been too cold to snow in this past week, so there were no footprints. I tried to rationalize what happened all day at work. I absent-mindedly answered the phone, made copies, and tried to pinpoint who could have been out there. It surely wasn't my parents, as they'd alerted me that day that they'd landed safely in London. Most of my friends were out of town that I knew of, and none of them were the type to play such a prank. I really didn't want to go back to the house alone that night after work, but I had to. I picked up some Chinese takeout, got home, and locked all the doors. I checked everything twice and poured myself a big glass of wine. I was calming down a little and told myself it must have been a fluke, some idiots messing around drunk. It didn't make any sense why drunk people would be on our property in the middle of the night, but who knows? Maybe it was someone attempting to be funny and failing miserably. I drew the curtains and kept the TV on all night. This time, though, at around 2:10 a.m., I knew what happened the night before had not been a fluke, because it happened again, pounding on the same window, pounding at the front door. Carefully, I picked up my phone and dialed 911. It wasn't until about 2:45 that the police showed up, and the knocking had ceased about 15 minutes prior. I begged them to look around the property, which they did. This is the part where I wish I could tell you they found some dumb teenagers out in the woods or something, not wanting to get caught smoking by their parents. But they didn't. They found no signs of anyone. The next day, I had a very awkward conversation with a male coworker of mine. I knew that Jeff was single and had a place in the city. I let him in on what was going on. He was genuinely concerned for my safety. "I hate to ask this of you," I said, trembling, "but do you think you could stay over the night?" Jeff showed up at about 8 p.m. with some snacks, and we ended up talking together until around 1. We fell asleep on separate couches in the living room. Nothing happened that night, and Jeff stayed with me for the next 3 nights in a row. Nothing happened as long as Jeff was there. I bought him lunch on Friday at work for all his trouble. By then, my parents were due back in town the following Sunday. If you can believe it, I was starting to feel a lot better. Then, though, it happened again, 1:37 a.m., pounding on the window in the living room. This time, though, I was not only afraid, I was completely livid. I pushed the fear aside and let my anger do the talking for me. I screamed at the top of my lungs, "What the hell do you want from me? Get off my property or I'll blow your head off. I'm armed." Honestly, I was not, but as angry as I felt, I wanted to fight off whoever was out there. I thought for a moment that would be it, but not 3 minutes of silence had passed by when there was again pounding on the glass and front door. This time, though, someone also started banging on the side of the house. And that's when I fully realized that whoever was out there was truly trying to terrify me. This was not simply some dumb kid having a laugh. This was a group of psychos. They knew I was alone, and they knew I was terrified. Hiking some of the most treacherous trails Michigan had to offer, or swimming across the lake every year for swim team in college, jumping out of a plane with the earth getting closer and closer, none of that could have prepared me for the fear I felt that week. The day my parents got back, my dad went into the city and bought 2 motion lights and surveillance cameras for the front and back of the house. Later that month, he bought a gun as well. I rest easy now knowing these defenses exist, but I'll never forget the feeling of utter terror I experienced on those nights 2 years ago. Since then, there's been no further incident. I moved to the city in a small apartment surrounded by neighbors and noise. Whoever terrorized me on that string of nights remains a mystery. They say the only thing to fear is fear itself, but right now my biggest fear is not knowing who did that to me. My boyfriend and our good friend were living in an apartment in our city. To initially get into the large complex, there are security gates that need an access key, then another security door to get to the stairwell of ours and our neighbors. Then there's the unit doors themselves. There had been a few occasions where I'd come home and realized the door to the stairwell was just sitting on the frame without actually closing. I would always make an effort to close it properly as I came and went. On this night, my boyfriend, my flatmate, and another friend were having drinks on a weeknight. It was around 11 when our friend who lives up the road left. Like normal, we went to bed. It must have been around 2 in the morning when I suddenly woke up. I thought I could hear someone treading on our carpet. I remember audibly gasping because as I opened my eyes, I was confronted by the sight of a silhouette of a man standing in our bedroom. I couldn't make him out very well because my eyes were still adjusting to the light. Immediately, I thought it had to be our flatmate. Maybe we had his car keys or something. It's funny how the brain tries to make sense of a strange situation. To me, this silhouette looked remarkably like our flatmate. I stared at him as he slowly backed out of the room. Then I saw him peer around the doorframe. I couldn't make out his face. "Josh, what do you want?" It was the lack of response that really scared me the most. My flatmate would have at least explained what was going on. Instead, this figure left the doorway. My heart started pounding, and I elbowed my partner, who then woke up. "I think there's someone in the house." I was surprised at how quickly he got up, still half asleep. I watched him leave the room, then heard him call out, "What the hell? Who are you? Get the hell out!" It turns out the guy was waiting in the hallway just out of sight. I don't think he was expecting to be confronted by my partner though. This guy bolted to the door, which he left hanging on its hinges. He was saying sorry over and over. I started screaming. How close this stranger had been, how vulnerable we were sleeping. It was all just so terrifying. This happened about 2 months ago. I was alone in the house as my parents were away working for the weekend. They were due back that evening though. My mom texted me to say they had broken down and were waiting for the tow truck to come pick them up. I asked them if there was anything I could do, but they told me to just go to sleep as they would probably be back late. Fast forward to around 3 a.m. I woke up to use the bathroom. When I left the bathroom, I glanced over to their bedroom. The door was shut, but I could see that the light was on inside. At this point, I should note that when I'd gone to sleep, their bedroom door was open and the light had been off. Of course, I thought they must be home by now. I stumbled toward the door and remember stopping myself thinking I shouldn't bother them. I'd simply talk to them in the morning. I turned back to my room and went back to sleep. The next thing I know though, I'm being awoken by the sound of the front door opening downstairs. I glanced up at the clock, noting it was around 3:45 a.m., 45 minutes after I'd woken up last. I thought it was a bit strange. I got a tense feeling in my stomach. I walked out of my bedroom and glanced over to my parents' room, only to see the door was now open and the light was off. The bed was also neatly made, so clearly no one had been in it. I felt sick. I went downstairs and nervously called out to my mom. "Did you guys just get home?" She responded, "Yeah, why?" I sat staring into space, wondering what the hell just happened. I've always been someone who loved the outdoors. Even as a kid growing up in a small city, my parents would have to yell my name from the porch to get me to come in at night. I grew up when the internet was still a relatively new thing. You had to use dial-up to get connected. Now, some of you hearing this can probably hear the sound just by me mentioning the words dial-up. Anyway, the story I'm about to share takes place 10 to 12 years ago. I was with my girlfriend at the time, who I'd met in college. It was serious, but it was an on-off-again relationship. In all honesty, it was full of childish drama, and I was super immature at that point. We made plans to attend a local fair or carnival or whatever you want to call it, with some family and friends. We actually had a decently sized group, so we decided we would all drive there separately. That way we could have several cars ready, and everyone could leave whenever they wanted to. I'm not usually a drinker. Even back in my college years, alcohol has always given me really bad anxiety. Because of that, I usually just avoid it. For whatever reason though, this particular night I was in a real good mood and actually felt like drinking. I was having a bunch with my girlfriend's dad. and we were giving each other the old, "Hey, how long is it going to take you to finish that?" or "This is already my second one, and you're only on your first," that kind of thing. After, I don't know, maybe the third or fourth drink, my girlfriend comes up in front of everyone and says something along the lines of, "Are you guys gonna slow down? I think you need to relax." Something like that. I honestly don't remember much of anything. What I do remember is acting very poorly and basically pouting because I was annoyed and embarrassed she had to tell me that. Again, I was super immature at this time. I remember then just completely shutting down, not being rude to anyone, but only giving one-word answers and being very antisocial. I remember she even came up to me with a beer to apologize, which I declined and continued with the cold shoulder. You know, thinking back on it, I'm not even really sure why I was so mad or why I reacted that way. After walking around for another hour, I said I was gonna take off and head home. Since I didn't drive and had been drinking as well, my girlfriend asked me, "Well, how are you gonna get home then?" I said I had a friend that was coming to get me, and I just walked off and left the fair. I walked over to the parking lot. Now, a ways back from this lot was a forest, and behind that I believe there were some farms or something. It was still pretty light out, so I figured I would just walk into the woods and clear my mind a bit, get out of this crappy mood I seemed to be stuck in. After heading out into the woods for what I thought would be a quick walk though, I started getting extremely hot. I don't know if it was because I was feeling a buzz from the drinks or because it was actually getting hotter outside, but the longer I trampled in the woods, the more embarrassed I felt about my actions. I was realizing how I'd acted and figured I would head back to the fair to see if everyone was still there. After walking for about 15 minutes though, I realized I no longer knew where I was. I was completely lost, and I could not find the path back to the parking lot. I stayed calm and tried to analyze my surroundings. Was anything sticking out? I started to move to where I thought I'd heard a sound. I realized quickly though, I had no idea what I was doing, where I was going. I was stuck here with no one around to help me. I pulled out my phone. Even though I had a bunch of text messages, my texts or calls wouldn't go through. There didn't seem to be any service in this area. After sitting on the dirt and thinking for several minutes, I started to think that maybe the best idea was just to wait until nightfall and see if someone would find me. I didn't want to go even deeper into the woods on accident, not knowing where I was. Besides, surely I'd be able to see the lights from the fair and make my way back then. I would have cell service and call for a ride home. As the sun began to set and dusk started to set in, I became more and more uneasy. I noticed every little sound, a branch breaking, the wind shaking the trees around me. As it got darker and darker, I swore I began to hear voices as well. I would twist my neck so fast, thinking I'd just heard something that sounded like voices getting closer and closer. Then though, there would be complete silence. Everything was so quiet. My heart jumped out of my chest though, when I heard someone clearly yell, "There they are! Get them!" I started running. I didn't know where I was going, but I just ran. I was bumping into trees, taking branches across the face. I tripped and fell too. The second time I stumbled over a log, I decided to just stay still. I laid down as quietly as I could, trying to see if I'd gotten away from whoever was screaming and seemingly looking for me. Why they were chasing me, I wasn't sure. Was I just being paranoid? How would anyone even know I was out here sitting and waiting for dark? After a few minutes of silence, I heard footsteps walking over leaves and branches cracking. People were talking to each other. The only thing I remember hearing is, "She expects us to get him," something like that. Once I heard those voices trail off back in another direction, I began slowly walking. It had become very dark, and I wasn't able to see any lights as of yet. After what I assumed to have been 5 to 10 minutes though, I started to see a faint glow in the distance. As I moved closer to it, I began to hear the murmurs of life. As soon as I realized that was the way to the fair, I sprinted as fast as I could. I don't think I'd ever been that scared in my entire life. I always look back on that experience, wondering if there really was anything to be scared about though. Who were those people in the woods? Were they even looking for me, or was it just a coincidence? Maybe it was someone just being an idiot. I don't know. Whatever it was, when I'm out hiking or in the woods, I always feel like I see something in my peripherals, even though I know nothing's there. I always make sure to be back home by dark. I never want to be stuck like that again. I've been dating my boyfriend now for over 4 years. We're planning to get married eventually, but we're both waiting to finish school first. The first year we were dating, my boyfriend and his little sister tragically lost their parents. For their sake, I'm not going to go into details about that, but ever since then, my boyfriend has assumed responsibility for his sister. Since he's 28 and she's only 16, he's been a sort of father figure and mentor for her for the past couple of years. She's a great kid, but given her age, she had an extremely hard time coping with the loss. I could never blame her for that, since we'd been together for so long now. I tried to give his sister some guidance whenever I could, and help to create a loving household for her. Since we're all students, we often stretch our budget as much as we can. When she turned 16, all she wanted to do was get her permit, so she could get her license. We did everything we could to make that happen, and even though she eventually did get her license, unfortunately we couldn't afford to get her a car just yet. I started saving up a little bit of money from every check, and so did my boyfriend. Eventually, we had a couple $1,000s on our side, and we're planning on buying a car for her birthday. I knew it wouldn't be like a great car, but I bet it would be nicer than no car at all. He suggested looking on Facebook Marketplace, which seemed like a great idea to me. Tons of cheap vehicles, some garbage, but a few nice ones. When we inquired about the decent cars, they were all either sold or got no response. Finally though, after about a week of trying, we got at least a message back. Some guy named Howard messaged me about the 2013 Chevy Cruze for $2,100. The pictures made the car look pretty pristine. He told us in the message that the car ran great. It had been his stepmother's and she'd moved out of state without taking it with her. Apparently, she told him to sell off her stuff that she didn't need so he wouldn't have to keep it around. They'd split the profits 50-50. I didn't really care about all the backstory though. As long as they sold me a working car for my sister-in-law, it would be just fine. We set up a time to meet, and if we liked the car, we told them we would buy it that very day. He told us to come over sometime after 8 p.m., since that's when he'd be getting off work. That worked out well enough for us, since both of us had classes during the day anyway. Obviously, we did not tell his sister about this. She was at a friend's house that night, so we made the drive to go see the car. It was kinda far away, but we didn't really care if the car was as good as this guy said it was. Hell, we would have driven hours to get there if we needed to. We got to the address he'd given, and it was nearly pitch black. The house was in the middle of nowhere, and it looked completely decrepit and abandoned. I'm talking like boards in the windows, boards on the doors. Clearly no one had lived there for a long time. My boyfriend can be a complete idiot sometimes though. I told him I didn't think we were in the right place. He said he thought we were, and maybe this guy was just super poor or something. I messaged Howard and said, "Hey, we're here, but I don't think this looks like anyone else is here." About a minute later, he responded, "Oh, hey, yeah, I'm just finishing up getting the title for the car and everything like that. Why don't you come on inside and I'll take you out back to see it." I told my boyfriend I really didn't like this. Something about this seemed really weird. He just wants to see the good in people though, and told me not to worry. I begged him not to go inside, but he didn't listen to me. He offered me to stay in the car since I didn't feel safe, so that's exactly what I did. When he got up to the door and walked in, I could see a faint light coming from inside, which did help me to feel a little bit better. I got out of the car and moved to the driver's seat. I wanted to be able to drive away in a hurry just in case something happened. While I was getting into the car though, I heard yelling coming from the house and a sort of loud thud combined with the sound of something breaking. I froze, staring at the dark house. Seconds later, my boyfriend ran outside. He was screaming for me to drive right now. That memory of him screaming for his life still cuts me up inside. It makes me sick. He basically dove into the passenger seat as 4 men rushed out of the house. My boyfriend wasn't saying anything other than screaming to drive. I drove extremely fast out of there until we finally got to a more suburban part of town. At that point, he finally began to catch his breath. That's when he told me what happened. He'd walked in, and before he could get any words out, someone had hit him over the head with something. He instinctively turned around and pushed someone to the ground. That was the loud thud I'd heard. After that, he instantly ran to the car. He didn't even realize there'd been more than one guy until he saw all 4 of them come rushing out. As we drove off, obviously that post had been removed. We really had no proof of anything. We did have a couple of screenshots of the car, but the license plate wasn't in the screenshot. Most likely the picture was fake anyway. We still reported this, but nothing ever happened. It gives me nightmares, thinking about the possibility of how many times this sort of thing has worked. I always hoped that nobody would fall for these sorts of tricks, but I'm not so naive as to believe that nobody ever does. All I can hope is that somehow, some way, these horrible people got what was coming to them, and nobody else had to endure the same nightmare we did, or even worse. So, breakups suck. We all know that. Not so long ago, I broke up with an ex of nearly 10 years. It had been over long before then, but I have a hard time ending things. She's a very sensitive person, so whenever the subject of ending things came up over the years, let's just say she would go into full shutdown mode. I realized eventually that prolonging the relationship was just making things worse for the both of us. I didn't really understand before that though. I also want to mention, to protect everyone's privacy, that I won't be using the real names or locations in the story. I'm still close with her family, and they've already dealt with enough in their life. I don't want to bring more stress in there. When I finally ended things with her for good, it went about as well as you might imagine. She took it horribly, and it was a few rough weeks of fighting, crying, and even some threats. Eventually, though, the split was final. She moved in with her aunt, who lived about an hour away. I think so, at least. I'm not exactly sure since I stayed in the house. I ended up giving her a lot of the furniture, which was fine with me. I make decent enough money that I could afford some new couches and whatnot. I didn't have to be stingy and just keep everything to be petty or whatever. I planned on going to one of the big chains to get all my new furniture, but in the short term, I needed something in my house to sit on, since I would be living there after all. For now, I was watching TV in a lawn chair. I looked on Marketplace to see if I could find anyone who was just trying to get rid of some furniture. What I found was a super ugly yellow love seat. I know that sounds disgusting, but I have this weird fascination with ugly yellow. I was all about this. The most exciting thing to me, though, was that the woman was selling it for only $40. It almost looked like it had never been sat on before. I messaged the woman and set up a time to see this love seat. She lived about 40 minutes away, but I didn't really mind. I drove out to the small house that sat in a sort of semi-secluded area. I knocked on the door and a kindly elderly woman answered. I told her I was there for the love seat, but to my surprise, she looked extremely scared. She screamed that she didn't know who I was or what I was talking about. Then she slammed the door in my face. I went back to my car and checked the address in my messages. This was clearly the address, so I messaged the woman and told her I was there. I also told the seller that she'd closed the door on me. The woman responded several minutes later. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, that's my grandmother. I live in the garage out back. Why don't you just take a walk around and come on in? I was a little bit annoyed, but I wanted that love seat. I made my way to the garage that was in the backyard, as she'd said. I knocked on the door, and a sort of muffled voice responded, "Come in." I walked in, looked around, but I didn't see a love seat anywhere. In fact, the inside seemed to be just a normal garage. I shouted out hello, but I didn't get any answer. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, from an adjacent room, a small person charged at me. This figure had enough element of surprise on me that she was able to jump at me and knock me off my feet. She was wearing something on her head. It was dark in the garage, so I wasn't able to see her face. She was yelling and screaming, and finally, whatever was on there came off. I saw it was my ex-girlfriend. I'm not even joking. I was so flabbergasted I was finally able to push her off just out of sheer shock. Instead of running though, I got up and started yelling, "What the hell are you doing?" Her tone changed instantly, from erratic to crying. I was hesitant. I didn't know if I should try and console her, even though I was furious and very confused. She was uncontrollably sobbing. I was trying to calm her down so I could leave. That's when it happened. She pulled out a box cutter or something like that and stabbed me in the shoulder. In that moment, I screamed, wincing in pain. I grabbed the small blade and ripped it out of my shoulder. I tossed it on the ground. In the 10 years of knowing this woman, I'd never seen her act or sound like this. She grabbed the blade up once more and started to stab at the air in front of me. I think she was trying to actually contact with me, but between all of her sobbing, she couldn't properly aim. I was able to get to my feet and run to my vehicle screaming. I called the police and informed them of what happened. They showed up pretty quickly, and thank God she was arrested. Getting attacked was horrifying, but watching someone I really cared about and loved being taken away by the police was even more traumatic. I watched as she got put in the back of the police car. This was not the same woman I used to be in love with. I still can't believe her plan had actually worked. There was no guarantee I would ever check Marketplace for furniture, but in the end I did. I guess she knew I would be attracted to this ugly yellow couch if I did so. She was right. She'd told me she was moving in with her aunt, which I guess was true. Her aunt lived several houses down from this poor elderly woman who was not related to the incident at all. She had to deal with the fallout of all this nonsense. The last thing I knew, she was being moved to a facility to get treatment. I decided not to press criminal charges. I'm even helping with some of her medical bills. Sometimes the people closest to us can cause us the most harm. I don't know what went wrong in her brain that made her think that attacking me seemed like some sort of solution. I do feel terrible for her. It seemed like she couldn't entirely control it. I hope that she gets all the help she needs and gets better in the end. The events of this story still make me think back to that night, and I'm still trying to process exactly what happened. The events that took place on this strange night were about 10 years ago from the moment I'm writing this story. My friends and I were 17 years old and spent most of our weekends with each other. It was a habit that started back in elementary school, playing video games and sleeping at each other's houses, all throughout middle school and high school. This was our every weekend routine. At some point during senior year, though, we decided we wanted to mix things up a little bit. We would take a little bit of a night drive. It was myself who had a license and a car at this point, and my two friends, Robbie and Scott. My parents really trusted us. All things considered, we were very good kids. The night started out like most of our other nights. Scott and Robbie showed up at the house to sleep over. We ordered some pizza, played some video games, and talked about random things for a while. Shortly after 11 p.m., we decided to go for a ride. Really for no other reason than to listen to some music and exchange some old-fashioned conversation. We drove for a while, turning down random roads we didn't even know existed. Before we knew it, we'd been driving for several hours. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen any streetlights. It was extremely dark and desolate wherever we'd ended up driving to. Around 1, maybe a bit later, we were driving down this really eerie and very poorly lit road. As we approached, I noticed a car that was on the side of the road. It wasn't parked though. It was kind of crooked and jutting into the street. The hood was tucked into the shrubs, almost as if the car had lost control and gotten into an accident. The red taillights were still softly glowing on the road. Robbie suggested we take a look, just in case someone fell asleep at the wheel or had a medical incident or something bad. If someone really had gotten into trouble, it would take hours for paramedics to find them if we didn't do something right now. We slowly and cautiously approached the vehicle. It was an older red Honda Civic. We got out of our car slowly and began to approach this red car. Robbie called out in the bravest voice he could muster, "Hey, anybody there? Are you hurt?" There was no response. As we got closer, I shouted to wait. While we were walking over, I began to make out some type of figures in the back seat, just sitting upright. Robbie shouted again, this time with a bit more urgency in his voice. "Hey, are you okay?" Again, there was no response, no noise at all, except for the motor of our car running several feet behind us. After a moment, Robbie finally said, "Oh, whatever." He approached the red car, and we followed closely behind him. I felt like something was wrong in my gut, though. We were all shaken with immediate fear as we got closer to the window and realized what this was. There was in fact a figure in the back, but more hauntingly, it was a mannequin, not a real person. My first thought was who in God's name would drive around with a lifelike doll in the back seat? Admittedly, we got a good laugh out of this for a moment, but then the paranoia of the situation came back in full force. Robbie continued to call out, "Hey, if anybody needs assistance, we can help you." There was no response still. This is when I noticed this mannequin had something in its plastic hands. It looked like some sort of VHS tape or something. Without thinking, I grabbed it. I didn't even tell my friends until later that night. We decided to call the police, which we should have done in the first place. We reported this abandoned car. The police asked for the license plate number, and that's when we noticed that it didn't have one. Whoever had ditched this car either didn't have plates or had taken them with them. All they left behind was a creepy mannequin and an old VHS tape. We made our statement and told the cops the location of the vehicle. Then we headed home. Later that night, while we were talking about this incident and just how strange it was, that's when I told my friends about the tape I'd taken from the car. In a sort of shock and perhaps a bit upset I hadn't mentioned it before, they of course wanted to see what was on it right away. On the sticker in front of the tape, there was a plain white sticker which only said "Watch Me," written in black marker. There was also a very crudely drawn skull and bones. I had some pause, but decided that we had to watch it. Curiosity was really getting the better of all of us in this moment. I found my parents' old VHS player in the crawl space and hooked it up to the TV. The tape began with about 5 seconds of black screen, just the sound of the static tone. Then though, a man walked on screen with a beard and long hair. The quality was quite horrible. He stared into the camera, almost as though he were staring right at us. He stared into the lens for 2 minutes straight, without saying a single word. We watched the whole time. It was the most unsettling 2 minutes of my entire life. After those 2 minutes, he laughed. Then it sort of morphed into a crying sound, all while staring directly into the lens. Finally, he said in this sort of low monotone voice, "This tape belongs to me. And I know you have it. I'll find you again, and then you'll be sorry." He followed this with another horrible laugh-cry combo. We fast-forwarded the tape for several minutes. Nothing else was said though, other than a few laughs and this strange man staring at the camera. Finally, it abruptly cut to black and ended. After a bit of conversation about the situation, being stupid kids, we decided not to hand over the tape to anyone. We just kept it. After all these years, the tape still sits in my bookcase. I'll never watch it again, of course, and I've never really spoken about it until now, writing it down. I'm sure it's some kind of stupid joke, but to us kids, it was burned in our brains for years after. I'm still kind of scared by the mental images I witnessed that night. Every time I see a man that resembles the man from the tape, even after all these years later, I get a funny feeling in the pit of my stomach. I'm reminded of the fear and paranoia I felt that evening. Why did they have a mannequin in their back seat? Why did he crash his car? And why did he leave that tape there?